Hello everyone and welcome to OSAS Week 9. We're here with Chikara Redemption and Platinum Horde. You're going to see some familiar names. I'm here with Tiger. Hello.
Oh yeah, so yeah, how's it going?
W- uh, okay, well, I guess I have to answer now. Yeah, it's definitely going. And we're going right into a game. Mike Mart returns yet again on the Dubu now, trying to qualify here yet again. Asher and Rune Bands. Any big thoughts on the players you see here that you recognize?
Well, I've definitely seen Mike Mark and Perfect Curves in my fair share of games. Also seen Grant attack a couple of times. Right now, though, I'm a bit more interested on seeing Gates Obscura. It's not a map that has been in rotation for a while, so it's definitely gonna be interesting going to see how these players play on this very kind of team-based kind of map.
Yeah, it's gonna be weird. The map pool for today is Gates into Oni into Tycho, so it's gonna be very strange to be sure. I think Dube is gonna have a great time. I'm wondering what the Platinum Horde's gonna pick on goalie. Any thoughts?
I mean, it's always kind of default to kind of go kind of a melee goalie on this map since it's kind of very corner heavy. So you kind of are expecting to see that. So it looks like we're probably going to be getting that Atlas following suit.
Yep. And Juliet Kai versus X and Estelle as the forward duos. Little bit it's gonna be a little interesting to see if the Juliet can find the dash punches in the corners. Not the most frequent pick on Gates of Obscura after all, but with the stacks on stacks starts, this game has just changed.
Well, I'm not even sure if they're going to be going for those dash punches all too much, as you see they're fully going into speed with both the slit kicks and the stacks on stacks start.
Yeah, double speed Juliet and trying to move up. Mike Mart, a bit of an awkward spot in the top corner as the pass comes down to Cheeseball 16. Wonder how that username came about. Why 16 Cheeseballs? Almost turns into 0 Cheeseballs there, but Grand Attack not quite getting the KO, and both barriers down. Estelle in position, but Grand Attack moves right past, tries to find a follow-up, but good saves by Jiggle Supreme. Now Perfect Curves on the attack, looking for a strike or Grand Attack being set up here, and an actual own barrier from I'm Richie, just barely. If Mike Mark can defend, this could be huge for Chikara Redemption.
Yeah, Perfect Curves and Grand Attack manages to get the dash punch straight in. Gets the first goal of the set. End of the game.
Yeah, and looking forward, of course, it's still very early on, but given how they played that first point, what are your expectations for these forward duos?
I definitely am kind of expecting to see a lot more from the comp on Chikara Redemption, especially with kind of the questionable amount Pummelers pick from the X. I'm not seeing too much damage from Platinum Horde, and so it's gonna be hard to see X get used to those Pummelers. But as well as you get Kai and Julie to just really put on those pressures for those barriers and give Atlas a hard time.
Yeah, and we're seeing that right here. Burning the meter to find a second barrier. Mike Mart has plenty to use a core flip himself in the corner, pushing forward, looking for a shot to the bottom side, and finds the angle to the bottom corner. It's looking solid for Chikara Redemption. Like you said, the Pummelers X might not have been the play.
Yeah. We'll have to see with, X might get the stacks on stacks up, get some speed going, become a real threat.
It's gonna require a lucky KO or two, it feels like, but the lucky KO is found by Grand Attack. Honestly, not really luck, just skill. Finds the angle, punishes the positioning from the 16 cheese balls, and on the top corner, Perfect Curves is having a great time maintaining possession with the help of the log. Grand Attack not just use the flip, and both barriers defended by Jiggle Supreme and I'm Richie. Oh, but it's still the barrier going down on the top side, and with an open net, it's going to be such a horrible defense against this flip from Grand Attack. Do you think they could save it in the open net? It's looking quite dire.
I mean, Atlas, very strong goalie at holding it down, so as long as they don't get too out of position with all the portals everywhere, they still have a fighting chance.
You are not wrong. Jiggle Supreme blocks the flip, and now I'm Richie with the X Maximus trying to get into position, trying to find the barriers. A bit of a barrage angle in the top corner from Perfect Curves. The flip now, trying to find the barrier on the other side. Cheeseball, Crystal Thorns goes wide, and Grand Attack punishes yet again, positioning too close to the wall. Trying to find an angle here, but Jiggle Supreme with the great clear to the top side. And once again, the power play is being stalled quite well. I'm Richie, though, in no man's land right now, as Perfect Curves finds the rebound and finds the set for Chikara Redemption. As we head into the draft, do you think that it's going to be Chikara Redemption all the way, or do you think Platinum Horde can pick up something really, really valuable here?
Well, looking straight up, we already got a 1-2 punch threat with the Julie as well as immediate spark skilling. It's looking like the Kai's going for a prime time. I'm not really seeing... I see Perform for the X, but they opt for the Knife's Edge. Kind of an interesting take with Stealth stat, but Julie just has way too many options to be denied.
Yeah. Well, that 1-2 punch falling down is scary, and of course, Mikemark will always be happy with the extra special as well. A big draft win for Chikara Redemption after the big set win. That Knife's Edge is going to have to find some lucky KOs, or else it's looking over for the Platinum Horde.
Indeed. I also want... Oh, Grand Attack. Again, I think one thing I keep seeing about these Juliettes is they know how to get those KOs, you know? And especially with a stacks on stacks start, keep on resetting that speed is going to be immensely valuable throughout the entire game.
Yeah, that could be the key. Whoever gets Dash Punch will fall behind the pace of the game. And Cheeseball trying to find anything in the top corner, but good strike wars by the forwards of Chikara Redemption are keeping it forward. But Cheeseball, one more chance. Striking the primary that close is a little easy to defend for a veteran goalie like Mikemark, who clears it away yet again. Grand Attack, though, trying to go for a strike war situation. Mikemark overextending on the log, but not punished for it. And Perfect Curves is there to help on the defense. The Dash Punch almost KOs as well. The defense from Chikara Redemption is looking solid as they try to transition it to offense, and a strike war on the core flip by Grand Attack. What a dominant performance, and Grand Attack's trying not to use the flip, trying to score without burning the energy.
One thing I want to take a note of is we're actually getting to see some momentum boots to Dubu, which I think a lot of players have been looking over as of late, just with all of the speed nerfs on Dubu on top of the momentum boots nerf. It's just kind of a combination that we aren't seeing nearly as much anymore. But
wow,
Mikemark with the demon angle on, everyone loves to go for those portal scores, and it's always satisfying as a goalie on gates to be able to just, you know, snipe from your net and just get a goal in just like that.
Yep. And the bottom side now, I'm Richie, Mikemark, once again in that classic 1v1 brawler versus goalie, and Mikemark's getting the better of it over and over. The lack of speed once again coming in, but I'm Richie's the one who finds the strikes, and the barriers are open, but Mikemark has the perfect read. If Cheeseball chose to strike up, that would have been an embarrassing roll, but Mikemark was in the Estelle's head there, and Grand Attack 2 barriers in one offensive attempt. Once again, Chikara Redemption efficient offense is really coming through for them, and I'm Richie and Cheeseballs just don't have the mobility at the moment.
No, I'm afraid not, and until I think Estelle gets some kind of dash range, they're gonna be kind of at ends the entire time in midfield. But Grand Attack, again, dash punch, if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Yeah, and of course, you do not want to go to the next draft that quickly for the Platinum Horde. You want to find your way back into the set. So other than the draft, what do you think can be changed in the game plan for the Platinum Horde to maybe make a comeback here?
I think most of this map comes down to how you play it and how you play with your team. You know, on this map, you already see that Platinum Horde is trying to do a good job of keeping it on the side of the opposite of the portal so that they can push it into the corner more. And making use of that, as well as just portals for transportation. I mean, you can see these players, they are trying their best, but Grand Attack gets the dash punch and just keeps on the pressure. Well, maybe we can see some Atlas ults to come in and help save those, to help help on defense and offense at the same time.
Yeah, those revives are going to be necessary, but they do find the barriers. Wait a second. Passing plays. Great strike war by Cheeseball 16 up to I'm Richie for the goal there. Platinum Horde not out of it just yet, but it still felt like Chikara Redemption had possession and had control for like 90% of that point. They're going to need to find something, but like you said, once again, this Juliet Dash Punch is finding so much value on the stack start, but the stacks reset on both the midfield and the forward on opposite sides. that's going to be a big swing in terms of speed, and Cheeseball is going to have a bit of an advantage, it feels like.
Indeed. I mean, I always think it's a bit stronger. The hierarchy of KOs, at least in strength, goes goalie to midfield to scorer.
Oh, a really scary situation there. Jiggle Supreme gets out alive, but doesn't position to cover the portal. And I think that's the big difference, right? Chikara Redemption playing around the portals, Platinum Horde getting mixed up by the portals right now.
It definitely seems like Platinum Horde is able to utilize the portals for their offense, but when it comes to their defense, they're not really covering what the enemy can do with the portals.
Yeah, team player now. That additional core speed's going to be scary. Any other picks you think could swing this game around? Because that Big Fish Deny is good and all, but I think Prize Fighter's fine, and that there could have been better awakenings as well.
Like I said earlier, the aerials on the Estelle is definitely going to be highly influential this match, as we're going to be able to see the mobility of Cheeseballs to be actually kind of greatly enhanced, and now they will have a lot more map presence and can kind of appear and help out in a lot of different situations.
Yeah, Expanse barely gets it away. Grand Attack fended away by Jiggle Supreme for the moment, but Jiggle Supreme pulls the trigger on the flip a little too early and is now in a tough spot with both barriers already down. Crystal Thorn's ineffective, but a Tofu Fortress might have been a little bit of sabotage there as it takes that barrier on its own side. Grand Attack dribble going for the dash punch, well timed by Jiggle Supreme to get it out of there. But Mike Martin perfect curves, try again, and this time it's just a hit stun. Grand Attack doesn't even aim for the core.
You know, it's those hit stuns, they can always be really brutal. And that's kind of why you always got to be ready. You always got to be ready to evade whenever there's a Julie or some kind of brawler in front of your face.
Yeah, speaking of evade, Cheeseball's got to evade this potential KO coming in. Grand Attack's hunting, this time burning the abilities for the barriers. Flame Flurry goes for the strike afterwards. So much damage on Jiggle Supreme, but fails to deny the orb. That was almost 100-0 from Grand Attack. And with the punch coming back on cooldown, Chikara Redemption are 1 point away from taking this game.
Yeah, Chikara Redemption definitely has a lot of momentum going into this entire game. And it's going to be hard to stop that momentum, both mentally and just with all the scaling with the stacks on stacks, Prize Fighter. They just look like they're built to keep momentum.
Yeah, and the barriers are open though. Maybe a chance for them to take the momentum back with perfect curves. That Castle aspect of doing a lot of work. The uptime on the blazing pace, not just the speed, but being able to get it so consistently is really helping. And now Grand Attack, full stacks available, blocks the flip, gets the barrier. So good at catching Jiggle Supreme on these risky clears. Cheeseball has to find a moment and does a calm shot to the bottom corner. Mike Mark can't reach it. Platinum Horde need more of those.
You know, they say it just takes one more, and keep at it, and you might be able to turn the game around. One more barrier, one more goal. Just keep at it, and the game can just turn it on its head.
Yeah, and with the Portal offensive plays like you mentioned, Platinum Horde a little bit more familiar when they're the ones on the offense. They get it past the Tofu Fortress. Big opportunity, but they let the core slip by, and the push ends. Mike Mar with a good strike war, gets it out of the corner. But Cheeseball, you mentioned the aerials. That's coming into play here. A patient play, a shot attempted, but no strike. A strike there might have been the difference maker. But Cheeseball lurking for so long near the corner. That was like 5 seconds of standing at the corner and really punished for it. This power play is going to be devastating.
Definitely, and just also that's another Prize Fighter stack, so it's just kind of keep that threat up and heal from even further. But we're looking at a possible score right here.
Oh.
But Grant barely doesn't make it.
Yeah, and now I'm Richie, a bit of a chance, but Grand Attack better on the strike wars, maintaining the dribble, and the barrage will finish it off. Perfect curves. The one to score the last goal, but that was the Grand Attack show. All three members of Chikara Redemption played very well that game, and this team is looking poised to qualify.
Yeah, definitely don't let that Julie get too comfortable. Don't get too comfortable near that edge, and don't let the Julie get too comfortable just getting you over and over. Make sure you can punish them every now and then, you know? Sometimes if you evade at the wall, you can catch a Julie off their guard and kind of do an Uno reverse on them.
Yeah, The evade's definitely a powerful tool here. The Atlas Revive could have been as well. It really felt like Chikara Redemption was just more familiar with the map, and familiarity goes a long way in the tournament setting. Tiger, any last thoughts before we head to a break?
I mean, just it's definitely it's a tough map with gates. You really have to test to see how well you're both familiar with that map and knowing exactly what your team's gonna do. Trusting who's covering portal, knowing who's gonna be where. It takes a lot of experience to just be able to play that map effectively with your entire team.
Yeah, well, on that note, we're going to head to a short break. Don't go anywhere. Maybe consider web fishing with Tiger, who's bouncing like a mile in the air at a time. And see you then. Hello everyone, we're back with round 2 of Swiss. We got the 7-star strikers versus Freaky Fan Club, and they definitely are fans. That their usernames will surprise you.
Yeah, I mean, hopefully it's not too freaky of a match. It is Oni Village, so we'll have to see how long the match goes on for. You know, the old joke of overtime village.
Yep, 30-minute village even. So Amber Trooper, Panacito, and Yav 12. I remember Yav 12 is the other Mystic, like not the Mystic we know, but like main core chatter who happens to be named Mystic.
Oh, that's who they are?
I think so.
I did not know that, actually.
Yeah,
That's-
that is.
Like
Also,
we might be looking at another Juno and Osas.
this is a huge first pick because, of course, Juno and Osas, Juno and Oni Village, but also it denies Juno away from Freaky Fan Club.
Yeah. Also, looking at it, it's gonna be a Juno into a Estelle, which is always a stronger matchup typically for the Juno.
Yeah, I think Swabber Trooper is going to have a field day. And, oh, the Kai actually coming out. Double midfield. Okay, I mean, it's Oni Village, so I guess you could make it work, especially depending on the goalie pick here from Freaky Fan Club. Not sure what they're going to opt for, but it's going to have to be a pretty lockdown goalie, it feels like, to really deal with this.
Oh, but we're getting the Kazan goalie, or could we get another goalie and a Kazan forward?
Yeah, it's a little confusing. It looks like it is Kazan goalie, and this is a fan club.
It's an interesting choice for Kazan goalie, especially considering the starting awakenings. Typically, you mostly see that on a size or a team player start, but here we are with Castelas Kazan.
Yeah, and the speed already picking up. Yav 12 on a rampage, 2 barriers already taken. And that's the weakness of the Kazan, right? When a Kai's barraging at you and the Kai setting up very well, it's kind of difficult to deal with as Kazan because there's so many hits.
Yeah, I haven't really thought about it, but Kai is a really bad matchup for Kazan. But an XCD fan just showing that this doesn't matter. You know, Rasmus is definitely one of the strongest picks on this map, and go show.
Yeah, NXDD fan, also known as ZKC fan, also known as Cairo, also known as Real Voice. Really popping off there, and once again, what a good team combo. The Hook and then 8's Lilybun fans primary. Freaky Fan Club, they're looking so good.
I mean, if you can continue to get those hooks on goalies, a lot of goalies are unequipped to actually deal with the Rasmus hook, as it just hits stuns and mispositions you.
Yeah, and they're explosive on the offense. Rasmus Estelle, of course, a very, very common Oni Village composition for a reason, right? They have a lot of control over the map, but you rarely see OSAS teams pilot it to its full potential. I think we're seeing this team piloted very, very well.
I would definitely gonna take note of seeing how Panacito,
I think.
Panacito. I'm going to see how this Panacito is going to be able to make use of the missile prop Dubu. One of my favorite things to do on Dubu on this map is to just walk up with the speed gate or speed lane and just get that ult off and apply tons of pressure.
Oh, but right now it's a little bit too claustrophobic to apply the pressure. Wait a second. ZZZ fan not respecting the Kai. The speed comes in. Yav 12 wins the strike war and steals away a point in the favor of the 7-star strikers. Good fundamental gameplay, and they're coming up on a flip as well.
Another thing that's very interesting on this map is how teams decide to do kickoff. And right now we kind of see, you know, Freaky Fan Club kind of just starting with their traditional, but you actually can see 7-star strikers, the duo actually starts down towards the bottom near the speed gate while the match starts.
Yeah, but Yav 12 continuing to try and show that they're a Mystic that needs to be respected because they just won a strike war against the flip, just completely point blank. And now with the Slimes coming in, a flip forced out, it's looking tough for the Freaky Fan Club on the defense here with how well the Kai is playing. If Swamper Trooper can find 1 or 2 good midfield plays, it feels like they can convert.
Definitely. And just once that forward pressure is there, it's gonna be interesting to see how Freaky Fan Club is gonna be able to deal with that.
Yeah, now Swamper Trooper pushing it forwards. Oh no, a completely missed strike. ZZZ Fan. A bit of a blunder, and it's suddenly all tied up when we thought that Freaky Fan Club were getting 3-0.
So what do you think is each team gonna be looking for in order to kind of start getting a bigger advantage going into this game?
I think it really comes down to getting enough speed, right? It's Oni Village, of course, like that's the obvious answer. But speed allows both teams to kind of bypass each other's game plans a lot. It allows them to ignore a lot of the Juno Slimes with the sheer amount of speed that they can dribble aggressively with. And so that's going to be a huge pickup in the draft. And also, the damage is actually coming in a little bit on Mystic, who is tanking a lot of these chip damage hits. So that could also be a factor if some damage awakenings are picked up.
Yeah. Definitely. One of the things that's not looked at Oni Village enough is with how long the points can be, just how much damage can tend to rack up on some people at times.
Yeah, and right now the damage is still stuck on Yav 12. Slimes come in. ZZ Fan still defending, using the Kazan strike to its full potential to the top side. And oh no! 8th Lilybun Fan, he can't be missing strikes. Kind of flashbacks to last season. But this is a new 8th. This is a new Lilybun Fan. Never mind. Okay, well, you can't just own barrier after I say that. A good flip forward, though, gives Cairo another chance at something. But the Slimes are coming in. It's a dangerous spot, but in overtime is where Kazan goalie thrives.
Definitely, and as you were talking about with that speed, it's not just movement speed that can be important, but core speed as well. Just being able to hit the ball where the enemy simply cannot reach it. Know the time to adjust.
Yeah, and maybe an offensive push here. Flip available. Panacita rolls past. Well played by Freaky Fan Club, especially ZZZ Fan on the defense. The Kazan goalie in the open net held strong.
Definitely. Well, now we're going to look into the next draft, and already we can see a couple of speed awakenings with Explosive Entrance, Fighter Flight, and Super Surge, and stacks on stacks. A lot here available. But also the hotshot with the Juno is going to be a possible threat.
Yeah, it has to be a hotshot take here, taking away from the Juno, and it indeed is. Spark's also a possibility here. Probably not going to be taken, but actually taken by the Kazan. One of the better characters to Spark skill on, especially in the goalie position, because 2 Spark with one of them being power is actually super valuable in terms of core speed.
I do find it a little interesting the explosive over the Super Surge. Yes, you do get the 12% stronger ult, but you do lose 5% of the extra movement speed. So we'll have to see how that trade-off turns out.
And as we're talking about awakenings as well, I like kind of glossed over mentally when you said that you're surprised by the Kazan goalie, but now I'm thinking about it. It's a start that has 2 dead awakenings for Kazan. Wait a second. That's a little weird.
Yeah, you don't really see that, but I mean, if the matches can keep going into overtime, Freaky Fan Club can definitely start getting an advantage with that core speed.
Definitely, and with the Fighter Flight, NXDD Fan pushing forward, but that setup's not quite good enough. Double goalie defense happening at the moment. The core speed really picking up as well. The hook goes a little wide. ZZ Fan almost gets caught out by the slime, but the Kazan goalie mechanics are there enough. And once again, the Missile Prop Tofu Fortress being used for defense, but it disappears. And now another try by NXDD Fan, looking forward to the pendulum swing. Good clears by Panacito so far, but with the flip wasted, now so many resources are gone, and it's overtime. The Kazan goalie is activated.
Yeah. We're going to be hearing a lot of red core noises from here on out for the rest of this point. And just like that, barrier down, it's open net. It can go either way.
Yep, dribbling play. Going for the strike war, well defended by ZZZ Fan. Panacito, amazing KO by NXDD Fan. Cairo to the bottom side, a good pass by 8th. And they will find a big point. They had the barriers open first, but again, the overtime power of the Kazan goalie and the hotshot really comes into play here.
Those speed lanes can be very tempting, give you a lot of speed, but immediately you get the double barrier into the, oh my goodness, that is a lot of pressure.
Yeah, 2 barriers down already. Swampert Trooper, so much meter burned on both sides, but ZZ Fan still maintains a flip just in case. Clearing without it for the moment, loses the Strike War, decides to flip it out of there, but 8th passes it into the slime, a dangerous situation, but it's still saved away. Cairo losing control of the core for a moment. NXTD Fan looking for a play. Good evade preemptively from Panacito, but doesn't even connect at all. But another try here. Good hook, but the shot misses. And once again, it's Mystic YAV12 on the offense looking for an opening. The barrage, ZZ Fan doesn't have the perpendicular strike. That angle was quite off, unfortunately. And it's 1-1.
Definitely the match is definitely going faster. Core's moving around all over the place. It's hard to keep track of things at times, honestly.
Yeah, especially with the core speed picking up, like you said. Swampert Trooper, though, keeping the core under control. Good Juno redirects, and the defense isn't quite ready. The strikes aren't quite ready on Freaky Fan Club. They're falling a bit behind in the pace as NXT Fan tries to find the 1v2, but not quite enough. Bottom side now, dangerous spot. The open primary is good, but the strike war isn't won in a weird clear by ZZ Fan. Freaky Fan Club, not the greatest defense these last 2 points. I think they really need to find some consistent offense because when they're under pressure, Swampert Trooper and the YAV12 are being so efficient.
Definitely, and it's just Kazan goalie, he can hold out, but his weakness tends to be going straight through him. Just like that, another hook gets the barrier.
Yeah, and with the goal open, it just takes a hot shot, piercing shot from Lilybun Fan to send it through. Freaky Fan Club tied up, no longer behind in this set, and could go up to a 2-0 set lead. That would be huge because they have many possibilities in the draft.
I believe this is the second set that's also gone first next point wins. Am I correct on that?
Yeah, it's been 5 points both sets so far.
These games, they're definitely very close. We can't count either team out.
Yeah, and with so much meter being built up, actually, that's huge. As Panacito utilizes the speed to get 2 strike interactions, not just 1. Double dips, so much meter available, flip available, shot to the bottom, slow core, but 2 flips still there for the 7-star striker. So many more chances. Good dribbles by Panacito, flip to the bottom side, not quite enough. YAV12 trying to push up with the barrage. The roll by Panacito. They're getting a little too fancy with it. They're burning too many cooldowns, it feels like. A big opening could be coming for NXZD Fan as the slime stops the core inside of Tofu Fortress.
ZZ, it's just hitting overtime, so now we're really going to be able to see how if the tables are about to start turning.
Oh, and speaking of the table, Swampert right in the middle snipes out the clear. And that 7-star striker is getting it done. Freaky Fan Club. NXT Fan spectacular on offense. They got the follow-ups there, but on defense, they don't feel nearly as coordinated. I think they need to trust each other a little more heading into the next set.
I think the scariest thing I'm seeing right here is a team player on Oni
yeah.
Village. That's just such a strong thing to have, whether you're Kazan or not. It's just all that core speed, just keeping possession on just already such a fast map. It really can keep the momentum going.
But what I have to point out is that I don't like that draft from Swampert Trooper. Timeless Creator and Castlast are really bait picks on Juno. Of course, Cass is better than Missile Prop, of course, but Timeless doesn't really do anything for you. Monumentalist for the core speed would have been much more valuable there. Even Prize Fighter would have been a very solid pickup. Timeless doesn't really achieve anything, unfortunately, and I think that's something that OSAS players need to realize in the Juno drafting.
Yeah. It is very counterintuitive because you see that slime, you see the slime on the picture, but it's not the best thing for the slimes. It turns out slimes do not like slimes. You know, they're a little bit of antisocial kind of creatures. They work best with their little boxing gloves on, with their little fire.
Yeah.
But
so far, though, Swampert Trooper playing this midfield interaction quite well and making sure the possession is kept at least somewhat here. Good passes down to YAV12 and doesn't even need the barrage to find the barriers. This Tofu Fortress as well, he gets it out of there. And now 7-star strikers are just consistently on the offense. It's a big swing here as ZZ Fan doesn't pull the trigger on the flip and just stands still. Had a pass angle through the central or to the top side, but decided to not do anything.
Yeah, you can't wait too long, otherwise the enemy's just gonna start. The enemy's gonna start scheming. They're gonna start throwing projectiles. It's gonna make your life a lot harder if you wait too long.
Bit of a tough loss in that point for the Freaky Fan Club. They need to get started on the offense here. Passing plays. Looking for some kind of opening, but like you said, not getting that team player. Oh, wait a second. Lilybun fan, what a snipe. What a snipe by NXZD fan. Really coming in, but can they get the barriers? The question. If Panacito... Oh no, so many whiffs. They lose a barrier. Panacito didn't even do anything. All Panacito did was stand there and won the 1-0v3.
I can't believe what I'm seeing, but it looks like the barrier goes down either way. Where there's a will, there's a way, and they eventually find it.
Yeah, Panacito still clearing it away, but there's a flip available. Another missed strike. Oh no, Freaky Fan Club. It's all falling apart right now. A good flip and a good goal to finally end the nightmare of a point. They're going to have to figure something out next.
Yeah, I mean, that's not the first time NXZD's managed to get KO like that. If you noticed earlier, you know, if you're caught on the speed, on the edge, that's really going to put you on pressure to get all kinds of abilities thrown at you and possibly hit off the edge.
Yeah,
and
I'm
NXZD, NXZD is making good use of that.
Well, NXZD fan, only an imitator. As
well...
Honestly,
I mean, I can just say I'm a fan of NXZD. Fan,
you're an NXZD
you know?
fan. You're basically in the game right now.
Yeah.
Well, another passing play coming through, and these passing plays have been so good from the 7-star strikers. But the individual outplays have been there, but the follow-ups again, the team play coming in. Swamper Trooper is playing not an aggressive core speed role, but a very supporting role for YAV12 very solidly. There, though, a great block by NXZD fan will stuff away the scoring attempt, but yet again the passing plays making it so difficult for ZZ fan to find any sort of footing in the defense because the core is constantly on their side.
I mean, it's just gonna be hard to like keep that core away from you. Like all that speed, just keeping it up.
Yeah, and there were just too many defensive mishaps from the Freaky Fan Club in that point. Missed strikes. And I think the big thing again, like in the first set, it was Lilybun fan blinking backwards to try and save when ZZ fan already had the save. And this time it was NXZD fan hooking backwards to try and save when ZZ fan already had the save. This team needs a little bit more team synergy. They need to trust each other on the defense.
It's definitely, it's gonna be hard. Definitely as well with all the speed and pressure just coming up at them with the team player and just with all the speed that that 7-star strikers has.
Oh, but a good flip burn from Lilybun fan, just baiting out the flip from YAV12, who is now meterless, who is now vulnerable, maybe even a little bit of chip damage as the flip's available here, but a weird flip on defense. That was an easy save for ZZ fan, but the meter burn for that doesn't feel too great, as NXZD fan now has got to find a massive outplay here, but a flip to the bottom side threatening the barrier. And now Swamper Trooper has so much control over the field. These slimes are buying a lot of space as NXZD fan tries to find the shot, but again, it feels like Panacito has so much room to work with here.
You know, we might have joked about the timeless and Castellas, but these slimes, they're staying up for a bit of an eternity. You know, like, it's definitely adding damage, it's adding a bit of threat. It's not the... Oh.
Well, as cool as the slimes were in that point, what about that hook flip? Making sure that the hit stun was there, so Panacito couldn't do anything, and that wasn't even evadable. No meter available on Panacito.
Yeah, I mean, NXZD fan just making good use of these hooks throughout the entire match, just making sure to constantly hit stun, and just Panacito can't do much about it.
Yeah, especially when there's no meter, but a weird missed strike from Lilybun fan. That's like the third missed strike this time. That was a long range flip, and if they can KO NXZD fan despite the barriers being down, that's huge. But NXZD fan on the scoring attempt, trying to find an opening. They need to find this KO quick because NXZD fan is such a cornerstone of the offense. A save found, a good strike down, but ZZZ fan pushes all the way up. dabs on them, finds the goal. The goalie has been unleashed, and Freaky Fan Club make it out alive.
I've said it before, I've said it again. All these sets are going to .5. These games are staying very close, but looking at that, we have possible primetime Kazan, but as well as the 1-2 Junos. We'll have to see what's actually taken and what's denied.
Yeah, denying away the 1-2 punch here because you cannot deal with the Juno like that, but that means Ego is available here. And Knife's Edge for even more speed on Panacito. But that Chrono Boost is going to be really nice as well, right? The Rasmus mobility is going to be a little crazy.
Yeah, I'm also interested to see the Stagger Spire because there actually has been a decent amount of damage thrown out by both sides, and seeing if someone can utilize both the speed and the recovery of that will definitely be interesting.
Absolutely. Bottom corner now, Swampert Trooper. NXZD Fan trying to push forward, but again, Swampert Trooper is so solid. Good save by ZZ Fan to keep the barrier alive, though. And now a passing play to the bottom corner. Not enough range to interrupt that one. As NXZD Fan pushes forward, finds the barrier, looking for the shot, gets the KO, but hits it towards Swampert Trooper. And stands still, looking for an opportunity here. Good strike for a win by Lilybun Fan, and a good Crystal Thorns to secure the goal. Freaky Fan Club 2 goals away now, and they're trying to break the trend, right? It's been 5 points every set so far. They would prefer to close it out here.
Definitely. I mean, I would like to get my game over on Oni Village as soon as possible. You know, fast game of Oni means that you and your team are playing really well.
Yeah, and going for the layered offense, but good save by Panacito, good strike timing, and a good Tofu Fortress. Lilybun Fan has been doing a lot of these pretty unsafe core flips, a little far away, and I'm happy that Panacito is just making sure that those don't go unpunished.
Definitely. While just being able to stop a lot of the things that have been coming down Panacito's way.
Yeah, this has been a very solid goalie performance from Panacito. Even baits out the flip from NXCD Fan. The flip usage overall from Freaky Fan Club could use some work, but it all comes down to the explosive plays. Even if you waste your flip, if you could find the barrier in one fluid motion and convert into a goal, that is completely fine.
Unfortunately, ZZZ Fan loses the barrier with the Kazan party, but both barriers are down, so we'll have to see which team is able to utilize that stronger over time, and so we're going to be seeing the Kazan speed.
Oh, backwards Tofu Fortress! That almost could have cooked. It wasn't necessary there, thankfully, for 7-star strikers, but now they might be in a little bit of trouble. They might have preferred to have that Tofu Fortress, but a good hit stun by Swampert Trooper keeps NXZD Fan out of the play. The core speed's coming in, though, and they're just hitting it right into ZZZ Fan's face. A good strike by Panacito. An amazing pull by NXZD Fan. The hook has been perfect every single time, it feels like.
Yeah, I don't know if I've seen a hook being used like this in OSS yet. How about you, Saya?
Yeah, this is definitely a performance to look out for. They might need to ban the Rasmus, honestly, against this team.
A good Rasmus is one to always be feared, but another KO.
Yeah, bottom side now. Tough spot. Hook to keep the core in the possession, and the strike's not there from Swampert Trooper. Freaky Fan Club. They're explosive when it matters, and they take the game. It was close until it wasn't.
I'm wondering, what do you think was kind of the catalyst that allowed Freaky Fan Club to start making the turnaround so quickly in the last set right there?
I think the big thing is that there wasn't any like big scoring power from 7-star strikers, which gave ZZ Fan a lot of time and a lot of space to give the two forwards enough opportunities to eventually score. And that's really valuable, right? The lack of core speed on Juno and the double midfield really came into play there. I think if Juno gets 1-2, if Juno gets Hotshot, if Juno gets Manu, like any of those things were different, this game would have been very different.
For sure.
Any other thoughts as we're about to head to a break?
I'd like to at least take a look at just like how like quite literally ZZ, you know, Kazan. It's just an interesting pick there, but I think they were actually managed to get a lot of value out of it. Getting a lot of that over time and just the extra core speed, I think actually ended up helping their team a good amount.
Yeah, really made it happen. Star of the show, NXZD Fan, but ZZ Fan had a lot of amazing saves. That one goal was spectacular, right? Pushed all the way up across the map and just struck it in. That's the kind of
Yeah.
play you like to see. That's how you can tell that a goalie's confident. And we'll see you after this break. Try to get into the web fishing lobby. Hopefully it works this time, and goodbye. We're heading on over to Taiko Temple this time as we head to our Swiss round 3 match. It's do or die. Lose here and you're out. Lose. Not lose. Win here and you're in bracket. Fallen Stars versus 3 Cheers for Sweet Revenge. Any big thoughts on these players? Any names you're familiar with here?
I mean, I want to say I'm familiar with Striker Kuriyami, and I think I remember Sutton from like a long time back. But honestly, I'm excited to see Taiko Temple. As always, you know, fun little gimmicky map, but it's fun nonetheless. What about you? What are you excited to see? What's going through your head right now?
Juno. That's going through my head right now.
Juno.
Yeah. Mako also a pretty valuable pick here, especially because speed is so valuable in just bypassing strike wars a lot of the time. Just having enough speed to run past people and get the core before they can get to it.
And it's kind of looking like an overall speed kind of build. Every single character with a haste on the Fallen Stars.
Yeah, a lot of speed here. Asher banned, but it looks like they weren't even thinking about going the Asher here, or maybe expected the ban. Striker Kuriyami, bit of a Rasmussen Joyer. We'll see if it's denied by 3 Cheers for Sweet Revenge, because that's a character that's very associated with that player. On the other side, just waiting for the picks to get locked in. The melee goalie pool has been narrowed to the point where Dubu is a likely pick, but we shall see.
Definitely. I mean, might not even go melee goalie. You know, I personally find a lot of fun. You know, going up and pushing up with an eject goalie on this map might be a little harder when you're in those pockets, but you get to also have a lot of pressure when you're going up in those pockets.
Oh, and this is interesting. Is it Rune or is it Vice?
I think it's gonna be the Rune. That's more where my money's at.
That's
They don't call me a gambling man for nothing.
Well, we shall see how it goes. It's an interesting pick to be sure. And we'll see if Nuncy can place the pillars in the corners fast enough. But speaking of Awakenings, I didn't speak of Awakenings. Why did I say speaking of? Spark Stark is very scary for the potential scaling later in this draft. It's going to be a very snowbally game.
Definitely, and Spark of Power, Spark of Strength starting the game off is definitely gonna be looking like it's possibly just gonna devolve into a KO match, especially with Zen and Vice, some of the more heavy damage characters in this game.
Yeah, and already earlier in the point, Striker Kuriyami was chipped down very low. Does survive, but see the Stars in position, making sure that the pressure is on to the Mako goalie. Lily managing to get it out of there for the moment. And Striker Kuriyami pushing it forward, but a solid offensive attempt. The barrage is good from Fallen Zura. And Striker Kuriyami now has an attempt on the open net. Sutton and Nunzi get mixed up completely by the missed strike. And the Fallen Stars get the first goal.
I'm wondering how this match is gonna go about. I'm thinking that it's quite possible that 3 Cheers is gonna see that Kai is low stagger and they have a lot of damage on them. So if they can keep just kind of bullying Kai, they might be able to see a lot of success there.
Yeah, that's definitely a possibility, but the other possibility I think you were hinting at is that the Fallen Stars could just win off of core control right now. They're so efficient on scoring attempts. Fallen Zura is just getting in there, and if the Kai survives, if both forwards survive, then there's thriving, but Sutton finds a good primary, catches a bad clear, but it doesn't matter as Striker Kuriyami yet again. So efficient on the conversions. There's a reason that I think a lot of teams will ban the Rasmus against them.
I think we also have to just shout out to the skill of Striker Kuriyami right there. They waited out the Rune Pillar and were able to actually strike and react to that and keep possession.
Well, counts on the bottom side. Trying to find a bouncing play, but Striker Kuriyami yet again. The 2 barriers down already. Fallen Zura already pushing forward. And a KO found, yes, but Fallen Zura has the flip. Almost gets a Giggle Blast anyway. Flip to the bottom side. Nunzi and Sutton both covered top side, and you got to cover both sides there because the Fallen Stars just got a whole set win and a Spark start.
I'm afraid I blinked, but we're already going into set 2. Let's take a look at this draft. What's initially sticking out to you right here, Saya?
Well, what's sticking out to me is no Sparks, so I think 3 Cheers for Sweet Revenge are breathing a sigh of relief here, but anything else that you have your eyes on?
I mean, there's definitely a good amount of damage. You got the missile prop, possibly the 1-2 punch, prize fighter. A lot of things that are gonna possibly allow uh Revenge to just kind of come up from behind and have, their revenge. Give revenge for set one. Show them who's really boss.
Yeah, and solid awakenings to be sure. It's a little rough for Nunzi though, not being able to pick up the Unstoppable because Hotshot is just that much that strong on Rune. But that Unstoppable would have been very nice against Erasmus, a bit of a comfortable pick. But it looks like the game plan is continuing as it is, even with the barrier down with a missed strike shot from Lily. If the offense is this efficient, it doesn't matter if there's one or two defensive slight mistakes because they're within margin of error. If the passing plays come through, if Striker Kuriyami gets the core, it's going to be a scoring play, as Sea to Star is looking for a scoring play here, but doesn't quite have the speed to catch up to the core. And now Fallen Zero trying to find the pass, interrupted that time. But again, it's just the sheer core control that is the difference so far.
I think one of the also really strong picks that was managed to get from that draft was Striker Kuriyami being able to get that big fish on Rasmus. Really allows the whole kit to kind of open up and expands the possibilities to kind of dominate the field even stronger.
Yeah, and we could see that in that last goal, as once again the Fallen Stars are the ones who are scoring. A good pendulum swing to send it forward. And these passing plays, right, they're so ready for each other when they're both walking forward past the center drum and making sure that they can just open up these shots onto Nunzi, who really can't defend these barriers too well without cooldowns.
I mean, it's just looking like the KOs. I mean, KOs are not exclusive to 3 cheers for Revenge. Fallen Stars also managing to get the KOs and also get a power play out of it.
Oh, Oni's blade almost saves it, but Nunzi can't get a strike in there in time. A good attempt from Sea to Stars. Almost there. Almost enough, but it's the Fallen Stars. Wow, actually that's really funny. It's the Fallen Stars versus Sea to Stars.
I think it's 3 cheers for Sweet Revenge.
Wait.
And versus Fallen Stars.
No. Sea to Stars is on 3 cheers.
Oh, yeah. True, yeah. There's a lot of star. My vision's a little blurry. Get a little stars in my eyes. All the Fallen Stars and Seed Stars.
A bit of a funny matchup here. The flip misses. The stun, actually, I think it wasn't even range. The stun core stop made it so that Nunzi predicted it to come, but it didn't. And now another passing play. Nunzi gets it there in time. Looks for the banish. Good banish to stall out the play for a while, and a good pillar to not be unformed. The Fallen Zero still maintaining control, and Nunzi just not ready for the Oni's blade pop. 3-0 the Fallen Stars. This time, they're surely there's a spark this time.
Possibly. I mean, I think this set right here is what's gonna make or break it. With damage comp, I think Revenge is gonna need just that one extra draft in order to start out scaling. So if they can manage to win this set, I think they might be able to make a very strong comeback.
Yes, but it's going to be difficult. They passed down the spark to Rasmus, and they picked up additional speed on the Kai. Rampage passed up almost entirely here. Explosive entrance is big, but I think that the Fallen Stars can just do exactly what they were doing here. It's going to be up to 3 cheers for Sweet Revenge to find something in the midfield.
Definitely gonna be interesting as well. It seems like Fallen Stars, they themselves have been scaling their own damage.
Yes. Striker Kuriyami in particular has more than enough power, right? And that's really, really important, especially when Sea to Stars can get trapped in the cage and chip down. But that's a lot of chip. That's the goalie going down. And 3 cheers for Sweet Revenge. Their damage might have come online.
Yeah, explosive entrance on the Zentaro. You get just kind of a double dip right there with both that enhanced dash as well as just all your abilities being able to hit harder. It just really opens a lot for Zen.
Yeah, and that's going to be a factor if the Kai or the Mako get a little bit of chip damage put onto them. But a good Ensnare Drum stops the play for a moment. Only one barrier falls as Sutton tries to press up to the top side, and Sea to Stars there for the follow-up. Wins the strike war, makes it a difficult situation, but the Oni's blade sends it backwards. And Fallen Zero survives while Striker Kuriyami, a simple one-on-one with the goalie yet again. Fallen Stars looking as confident as ever.
Yeah. I think Revenge, the Nuzzy might need to be using the Rune Pillars a little less for the instantaneous pillar and try to take advantage of their longevity a bit more. That might allow them to defend a bit stronger and kind of just hold off that pressure while their fours are able to get the damage stacked on.
Yeah, definitely something to look out for here. As a missed strike, actually, Lily hasn't missed too many strikes this game, but that one kind of hurts as both barriers fall. Barrage in, Fallen Zero needs to be very careful here. One cooldown will do it, but evades the first hit, actually. Well played to survive by the Kai midfield, who gets pushed forward, and a good deflection by Lily with the drum and bass. Finally, a KO comes through, but if Striker Kuriyami can find this barrier, it could be huge. Interrupted by Sutton. Well played to make sure the Rasmus doesn't keep control, but an amazing perfect pitch by Lily to send the core away.
Yeah. You know, Mako, queen of baseball, or she can hit the drums and she can hit those baseballs.
Yeah, it's not baseball, but it might as well be. Trying to find a save there as the core drifts slowly to the top side. Another good strike shot, this time empowered, giving Striker Kuriyami plenty of chances, but this time it's going to have to be sent away from the Onis. Played successfully, and Lily, what a clear, right past the stun of Sutton. And that's 1 point away for the Fallen Stars. 2
berries and 1 point, that's all that needs to happen. But I don't think Team Revenge is gonna be letting that slide just easily. I'm definitely gonna think I can see them holding on here.
Yeah, but I'm noticing what you're saying. Nunzi is using a lot of these immediate pillars, and that's been their downfall. They just don't have the cooldowns a lot of the time when it comes back around on defense. But that banish is really good, actually. Completely halt Striker Kuriyami, but still, with the size, has enough reach. And Lily, what a strike. Make sure that barrier stays up and see the stars now with the flip available.
And Striker Kuriyami looking KO'able. Possibly might be able to get a conversion on that.
Quite possible, but it's still going to be tough as Striker Kuriyami pushing forward into the corner. Again, the ensnare drums across the map. Lily's been on point with hitting these. Striker Kuriyami now to the bottom corner. He finds the pull onto the midfielder. Has the secondary available. Nunzi tries to strike it up, but Striker Kuriyami completely reads that play. It's a dominant performance by the Fallen Stars as they qualify for bracket.
Yeah, I think just right now, Team Revenge they're gonna need to learn how to properly either get that damage on a bit quicker or be able to hold it down a little bit longer in order to start seeing a bit more results from that damage that they're trying to run.
Yeah, I like the idea, and they did find the critical KO on the goalie that 1 point, but the consistency just wasn't quite there. I think the Fallen Stars were ready for damage as well. I think they played pretty solidly around it. Fallen Zero was running away and dodging and dipping and weaving and evading around a lot of it, and that really made the difference here. And along with that, the Rune goalie might need a little bit more time in the oven.
Mm-hmm. But didn't you say that this is for finalists for the bracket?
Yeah, so 2-1 and 3-0 make it to bracket. 1-2 and 0-3 do not. So Fallen Stars, they're gonna make it to the next stage of today, and we'll see how they do in the bracket after this break. Don't go anywhere. Hello everyone and welcome back. We're here with the bracket and we're gonna see Cutie Patooties versus Dream Crush. It's win to move on, lose, and you're out of this week. It's gonna be an interesting one as we're seeing some familiar faces and some completely unfamiliar ones on the side of Dream Crush.
For sure. I'm definitely interested in looking at some of these new players. A lot more new for me personally than there are people that I have seen.
Yeah, I legitimately have not seen the Dream Crush players a single time. So
No,
it's gonna be an interesting one.
I'll have to see what they pick.
Yeah, on the other hand, Cutie Patooties, I've seen them quite a bit. I remember seeing them last week, I believe. So they're definitely a team to watch out for. Doggitos on the Juno, notably, that character. We talk about that character a lot. Maybe too much, but honestly, maybe not enough.
I think we talk about her as many as there are Labos in this world.
Yeah.
But look at a Zentaro ban, though, and a Julie ban. I'm guessing both teams have done their research on the enemy.
Yeah, but Ultra Dre, I think, will be pretty happy picking up the X. This is looking like a pretty well-rounded composition. I don't like the Era, though. I think the Juno would be a much better pick in this slot. It's Heiko Temple, after all. Doggitos has played the Era, but this really just feels like they're forcing X Era. Like, that's a little iffy in my eyes.
No Juno take whatsoever. I'm gonna bet we're gonna be seeing a Monu start. Nope.
Okay, well, you can't.
I'm no longer a
hit
betting
all of
man.
them. Yeah.
Yeah.
Right, as we head into game, it's actually a Catalyst cast to last start, and we're starting to see a little bit more of that. Some drafting lessons that we can take, because cast to last, very good on certain characters, but very mediocre on a lot of characters that I think a lot of people like tunnel vision into thinking that it's fine on. Like, for example, on characters like Now and X, Catalyst is way better than Cast to Last, and that's what you should be picking.
Yeah, definitely, for sure. I'm also interested on your takes on, or your thoughts on the Era going Cast to Last when over the Catalyst.
I think that one is very justifiable, especially because Ultra Dre is going to need a lot of powering up to out mobility in the midfield here, especially when Now has a pretty solid time defending. Mythic Actuary, passing play topside, Imperial Simp looking for a log, but Ultra Dre, perfect timing, finds the punch as well for the goal. That was spectacular.
Speaking of Now, it's interesting that we're getting to see Now goalie. Very rare, not very common pick. Definitely still good, but I rarely ever get to see Now on the goalie position.
Yeah, the only one who picks it with any regularity in current Omega Strikers is Soren on Aeroskitten Club. He picks it up a few times. It looks okay. He does goalie things on it, and he walks up with it and all that. So we'll see if Relin can walk up with this Now goalie pickup, especially with the Castellast. Definitely an inferior choice to the Catalyst, but it gives that additional presence in the midfield, and with that, Mythic Actuary picking up a passing play into a pendulum swing and KOs the goalie right back. Both goalies have died in their respective point losses. It's going to be an interesting game.
For sure. And we're finally, I don't know if this is the first time I've actually managed to see a Slick Kicks X in OSAS currently.
Yeah, but Ultra Dre is making a really good use of it. Finding the dribbles, finding the shot, and finding the goal. 2-1 up now.
Yeah, correct me if I'm wrong, but during ult, if he strikes you, he gets the Slick Kick speed. Is that correct?
Yeah, it is just striking in general, I believe. So it is very valuable in catching up to people, and also just keeping possession of the core if someone's on top of you. Getting that additional speed to work with. One barrier down already. And Doggitos is playing a lot of beam forward era, which isn't too great, because if Reliant starts picking up on that and starts strike warring the beam, then the defense will be very, very good. But right now, Ultra Dre is just setting up so efficiently that doesn't matter.
I think definitely one of the things I just noticed a bit earlier is with the Castellas, you actually do manage to get larger Now arrows And those triangles, when they're that big, can really corner off and apply pressure, especially with that strike shot adding distance. But Ultra Dre manages to get the X dash in and manages to get the goal.
Sealing the set in the favor of the Cutie Patooties here. They're looking confident. Ultra Dre in particular looking very confident. Like Doggitos and Torn are playing well, but Ultra Dre just looks in his element right now.
Yeah. Off to the draft though now. First things I'm looking at is if X can get perfect form, things might just go all downhill from here. But they managed to deny it.
Yeah, but another awakening choice could be that Spark, right? It's a single Spark in first draft. Huge scaling potential, and of course you'll never say no to the speed either, and Ultra Dre picks it up. This guy who's already dominating the game has insane scaling power on board now. I think Cutie Patooties played that very well.
I think the one thing I'm going to critique Cutie Patooties is the fact that the Asher goalie went Egoist when they possibly could have let the Egoist Catalyst go to the X instead. That way, Mythic had to decide between the Ego Kata or denying X.
I do
perfect moment.
I do think it ended up fine though. I think just taking Ego Kata for yourself and getting either perfect form or the single Spark is just more consistent because you're not giving over a potential win condition to the enemy forward. I think
That's very fair.
Yeah, I think that's a pretty justifiable draft pick here. And I think it's going to serve them pretty well because, again, Ultra Dre's already performing so well, right? I don't think he needs the immediate power right now, and if the game decides to go late, if Dream Crush find a way back, they still have to worry about that Spark.
True. It's Sparks are definitely a big investment, but the X Dash gets it in again. Ultra Dre just an unstoppable force, showing now that just there's nothing that can get in between him and the net.
Yeah, setting up very well there, and Relian having a tough time on the defense, especially because this is a double forward comp, right? Mythic Actuary and Imperial Simp don't really have the tools, don't really have the capability to drop back and help out on the defense quickly. And that's really showing here because Ultra Dre is just getting these 1v1s over and over. Oh, a weird flip, but they managed to not lose a barrier so far. And Ultra Dre in the 1v1 has been so solid.
Definitely, and Daga is able to get the Arrow Beam to finally get the double barrier.
Yeah, and it's kind of telling that Doggitos is being able to find the Arrow Beam scores on the barriers because normally you should never use Arrow Beam for scoring potential. It's an incredibly easy ability to defend against. But Relian is all alone, right? This defense from Dream Crush is, like, they're all winning on the offense right now, and Torin and Doggitos are holding for long enough while Relian is suffering on the other end.
Yeah, it looks like Ultra J is really making use of the fact that now just really has a low stagger pool and just can be a very big punching bag, just a very easy target.
Yeah, and that's lifeline burned as well, so Relian has no big healing for the next while. Oh, the NATO from Doggitos and Ultra Dre. Ultra Dre read that, believed in the NATO to be just enough to force it in, and he was right.
I can't believe it. That's an Era Tornado from downtown.
What an amazing team play from both forwards of Cutie Patooties. And that's 2 barriers. Ultra Dre, what about this Ultra Dre guy? Holy moly. What an impressive performance.
There's definitely Ultra in his name for a reason.
Oh, almost has the patience to beat the strike shot too, but gets a little bit antsy at the last moment. Now it's Imperial Simp and Mythic Actuary's chance to find something here. It's going to be tough though. They have the strike board too, and Doggitos and Torn are playing this so patiently, and Ultra Dre once again with the bull rush. Absolute offensive domination in the 1v1.
Yeah, I'm trying to think just how can Dream Crush turn this around?
It's so tough because Ultra Dre is like 5th pick, but there's so much good stuff in this draft. You can't deny this guy.
No, and just like Ad Rush, Damage, Knife's Edge, more Sparks. There's just a buffet. They're all for X.
Yeah, and Spark of Focus is denied, but that means that Ultra Dre is feasting on the prize fighter. It's either that or the 1-2 punch. And it is all Cutie Patooties right now. Adrenaline rush as well on the now goalie. Not the pickup you want to get in a game like this. Spark of Focus, single Spark on Mythic Actuary. That Spark pickup just for such a difficult draft for Dream Crush to the point where I think they might have needed to consider not denying the Spark. they're just not getting a power on themselves.
No, it is when there's so much available for the enemy team. It's kind of hard to justify denying and not just going to scale yourself.
Yeah, and speaking of scaling, Ultra Dre is taking a lot of damage, but is scaling. Oh, Mythic Actuary finally does it, but a strike shot miss. Oh no, of all the times to go for strike shot instead of just striking the core as it comes to you, that is rough for Dream Crush. Not the moment you want to misplay like that, and Cutie Patooties, they get a little bit of a gift here.
I will say though, nice thing is that X is down a prize fighter stack, so that draft is kind of null and void as of right now.
And huge strike wars from Relian. Incredibly well played in the corner. Good discipline to save against Ultra Dre in there too. Relian is coming alive on the defense here, built up a flip, and just saved it in the corner so well.
And a flip coming out from Torin.
Finds the barrier on the other side, and Relian unfortunately goes for another strike shot and misses. Strike shotting fast core. It's good when it's good, but when it's bad, it's really bad. It's a big give up. But not getting the barrier there, big opportunity for Dream Crush to hold on.
Definitely. I mean, it's just, there's so much pressure up. Just, I'm having a hard time seeing how Dream Crush can just come back from this.
It's going to take a big Dubu play here. A Tofu Fortress when it's up. Oh, but Mythic Actuary and Imperial Simp, they're not playing together enough. And Ultra Dre bounce off the backboard and hit stunning the goalie just for a little bit of bonus. It's again an offensive masterclass.
Ultra Dre just up there, putting out the pressure, getting creative. There's just, I mean, every single check marks Ultra Dre is hitting.
Looking at massive as well. So much damage onto Relian. The healing comes in, but the NATO is arriving, guaranteeing the top barrier take. Ultra Dre stuffed away a little bit by the triangle, and Mythic Actuary, wait a second, that's one barrier, looking for another, but the pass splitter just stalls it out for so long, and Imperial Simp not there either. Another strike shot goes wide, and Ultra Dre just in position yet again, going for a strike, not quite connecting that time, and a good secondary from Relian will send it away for the moment. Good shot to the top, trying to find this barrier, but Torin, the core just goes right to the Asher, and the Asher has plenty of anti-stuff tools, and it's again this barrier is standing.
Yeah, Ultra Dre again, hitting those bull rushes one after the other. Just every single time I see them going for a bull rush, they seem to manage to get something of major value out of it.
Oh, but a barrier take? Wait a second, maybe this is Dream Crush's way back. They need to maintain possession here, past the Imperial Simp, trying to find an angle, and they get past Ultra Dre. That's the flip burned. That's the biggest chance Dream Crush have in so far in this game. They seem to find one shot, and Doggitos dribbles it straight into the log. A rare mistake from the Cutie Patooties, but Dream Crush will take those.
Unfortunate. We are seeing that Dream Crush is at a good energy advantage right now with both the forwards nearly having flip.
Yeah, that energy could be huge if used correctly, but Doggitos also has a flip. This could be an offensive push from that side as well. Mythic Actuary panic flips on the defense, trying to stay alive, and Torrens walking all the way up for the double barrier. Amazing confidence from the goalie, and now the goal is opened up. Now Ultra Dre is building up meter and punching Mythic Actuary, who needs to find this bottom barrier here, but can't find it. It's defended by Doggitos and Torren, and Ultra Dre now so much time, and Relian. Oh, so much panic. A bit of an own goal as Cutie Patooties. Well played.
That was an incredible match from Cutie Patooties. Just really showing just like how much that X, if he gets up in your face, he is a giant threat. You can't mess with it. You can't mess with the X Maximus.
Yeah, Ultra Dre looked absolutely massive in that game, and wow, just what a masterclass from the X. That's all I gotta say. I think Dream Crush, they made it here, right? Not a bad team by any means, but Cutie Patooties, that's a team that's just contending to make it to the finale. Like, holy moly.
It's definitely, I mean, looking at this team, I'm excited to see where they go from here on out in OSAS. It was such a strong performance.
Yep. We'll see if they can make it all the way to the end of the bracket in this one. They still need to win 2 more after this. and then they face Seraphim Crimson in a must-win. But that will be off-stream and after the break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Hello everyone, we're back with OSAS Season 9, Week 2. We're in the quarters of the bracket stage, Senko's Beloved Loaves versus Chikara Space Train, and I have someone who might be a little bit familiar with one of these two teams. Hi Brando.
Hey Saya, thanks for having me on. And yeah, I know a little bit about Space Train, just being a Chikara team myself, and then being a Chikara team also. I believe my only experience in game with them, outside of randomly coming across randomly in norms, is I believe Chikara cheating played against Space Train once last season, and I think it was like an AtLab map, which I'm a fan of AtLab. But speaking of maps I am a fan of, it looks like we are queuing up a Tycho Temple map. I was kind of disheartened that I was going to be in this block when I saw the Swiss maps. I'm a big fan of Gates and Tycho, so I am incredibly excited to see where this Tycho game goes.
Oh yeah, that's really rough, right? People don't like picking Gates, so Swiss is probably like the only place where people will actually see themselves on Gates because they're forced to go it.
Yep. When OSAS originally went to that forced Swiss maps, the very first one was Inkies, and I will never forgive you guys for that.
We should put Inkies back in.
No, you shouldn't. You should keep it off.
Well, aren't you like taking a break this season?
Yep. I was gonna say Chikara cheating, but Chikara cheating does have two of our players being represented in actually both in brackets. Perfect Curves in brackets, and Striker Kuriyami is also in brackets with their respective teams.
And
but speaking of brackets,
both of them were
going
playing quite
into
well,
Tycho.
right? Like, I was impressed. I think we saw both of them in stream, and they were playing really well.
Oh yeah, playing incredibly well. Both of them solid individual players, but they did find really good teams that they've obviously kind of get thrown into a new team. I think both of them were like a week before competing in OSAS, kind of building up that synergy. But Perfect Curse and Grant have made some incredible synergy progress in their forward plays. And like we saw, I believe the second match on Swiss, Sumi and Striker Kuriyami, and I can't remember the name of their midfield, incredible synergy as well. But going on to this Tycho, looks like we're seeing Aimi and Atlas, two very dangerous characters. Atlas known to hold it down, and Aimi, that kind of surprise pop-in character with, I'm assuming, a Zentaro forward play.
Yeah, we haven't seen Fini too much today, or in the past weeks it feels like. B-Knight picking the first Fini in quite a while, and as pointed out in chat, Oddnarb is Brando backwards. Are you secretly playing?
Okay, that is who I got mistaken for before, was Oddnarb. And no, but I did get really confused when they joined the Chikara server.
Well, it must have felt like you had a fan or something, but right now, the damage is going to be pretty high for both teams, right? Zentaro and Aimi, both pretty good at that kind of thing, and of course, Fini now and Kazan can chip you down, death by 1,000 cuts, and also Fini just throwing a missile at you. With 2 barriers down already, it's looking good for Senko's Beloved Loaves.
Yep, and I was actually getting ready to say, Atlas really good at holding down a single barrier. I'm not too surprised with Atlas giving up a barrier, an early barrier, just because Atlases typically prefer one. They do not prefer getting KO'd by an open primary Kazan, however.
Yeah, that's a bit of an awkward kill, expansing near the back of the net. Unfortunate for Chikara Space Train. Senko's Beloved Loaves off to a good start as they push forward here. And again, B-Knight is really accurate with these cards and is making it really difficult for Huatin and Chiku. How do you pronounce that name?
Hatin?
No, Shiku Q? Hey?
Oh, I think I just say Shikakute, but I think I just abbreviate to Shiku.
Okay, that sounds like the plan.
Yep, Shiku. But I will say with these opening awakenings, everyone gets pretty good value out of it. But I think the damage with a Finian now with Missile Prop and a Kazan just getting size and impact, maybe a little bit of Caster's Curse, Space Train might have an issue just tanking a lot of damage from the Loafs.
Yeah, especially with B-Knight's accuracy so far. Might be a big factor here as the Expanse, not the Expanse, there's the Expanse, manages to save away the core in the midfield. Oddnarb, like you mentioned, should be solid at saving this one barrier, but Babao and Cholesterol are pushing up as a unit. Hua-Tin might have to use this flip soon, but a good passing play down to Shiku, but the barrier isn't even taken. Good follow-up by Hua-Tin to secure it, and the barrier as well. The flip in front of the goal, but interrupted. Perfectly placed card by B-Knight, and Hua-Tin has the flip. Shiku has the flip, but the goal isn't found just yet. B-Knight is just playing keep away so well here.
Yeah, and we've already kind of mentioned Atlas really good at holding down one barrier, but one thing is he's heavily going to rely on Hua-Tin and Shiku to keep that pressure on the enemy side of the field just like that, so that Oddnarb can get those cooldowns to make those kind of saves.
Yeah, and as we head into the next point with the energy available, what do you think is the biggest thing for Chikara Space Train to keep in mind as they head into this potential set winning point?
Honestly, I think it's going to be denying damage from the enemy team, from those.
My bad.
You know what? I should just stop talking about damage.
My bad. I asked you a question for the future, but Hua-Tin is living in the present. Double KO, MVP, and taking a look at the draft. Now that we're in the present, what do you think they're gonna do here?
I see a Monumentalist with a now in a second position. I don't think it's worse than Taro to deny it. Yeah, taking a Stagger Swagger. I think Space Train is just going to have a lot of survivability coming up.
Yeah, and looking on later in the draft, this is a single Spark in the first draft. That's a huge pickup for Oddnarb. I think Space Train pretty happy with how that one turned out.
Yeah, I think we get the Monu on the now, which is going to make those secondary pops really good for defensive, and especially starting off like we did right there. But the Finny with the extra special could become a problem, allowing her to basically control the midfield by herself just with those gravity wells.
We'll see if that plus the triple take is enough to keep the core forward. But walking into the triangle, that's the midfielder going down for Chikara Space Train, and 2 barriers taken already. B-Knight on the bottom side looking for an offensive play, and off the back of that big finish, the goal is converted by Senko's beloved Loafs. It's a very different game plan this time. It really feels like they're leaning a lot more into the core control utility as well.
Yeah, I think the big thing here is just going to be for Senko's beloved Loafs to keep it out of that their Finny's face, and keep it on the enemy side of the field. That way, allowing the Finny with that increased base speed to move up and just allow her to use all those abilities and short cooldowns to just keep applying the pressure.
Yeah, but that Firewall Sentry puts a wrench in their plans for a moment, but a well-timed flip by Babao keeps it away, and Hua-Tin barely staying alive, gets unstaggered. Big opportunity now to press forward, but that's so much damage, and off the back of that big finish, the second high-impact one in each point, that could be a big opportunity for Senko's beloved Loafs to convert to the offense, but they can't quite get a hand on the core for the moment, and Cholesterol is taking a ton of damage. Bounce off the center drum by Oddnarb of all the players, the goalie getting the KO, and now B-Knight and Babao in a bit of trouble.
Yeah, I think the Cholesterol is really envying Hua-Tin taking that Stagger Swagger, because we saw early on Hua-Tin getting pretty well damaged, but able to stay out of the play just for a little bit, able to regain and get that final barrier to open up the goal.
Yeah, it's 1-1 now. We'll see if that additional bulk is the difference maker here, as Shiku is meterless, could be a target in this upcoming point, and is already dead. Wow, I couldn't even pass to you before Shiku went down.
Yeah, but Kazan going down as well. Hua-Tin making an even 2v2.
Oh, but it's actually Babao who picks up the barrier there with the goal opened up despite the power play on the side of Chikara Space Train. This big finish could be devastating. Almost finds an angle into the goal and stalls more than long enough for the Cholesterol respawn. As the strike shot sends it forward, it's in B-Knight's face. If Shiku and Hua-Tin can get value here as they take both barriers, that could be the point swinging into their favor. But Babao's patrolling the midfield. You still got to watch out for Cholesterol as well. But good defense by Space Train. Managed to keep it away for the moment, and flipping to the other side. to buy a lot of space, a lot of time.
And what I will say, I really like seeing Cholesterol do here that you can kind of tell a good Kazan from a bad Kazan is a good Kazan knows when to be in open form, when to be in closed form. And Cholesterol just bouncing between these two forms to get that normal strike or use the crooked leverage when it's available.
Oh, and using that lengthened strike here, the press to point to the bottom corner, getting a very favorable strike roll against Shiku. Well played. You spoke it into existence. Caster's blessing on Cholesterol.
Well, I've already cursed twice. I might as well try to get one blessing in.
that is true. My eyes are on the two forwards of Space Train, though. Those flips could be very high impact at this point.
Yeah, and no really energy advantage on the side of the Beloved Loaves. So they have Space Train, I should say, has the advantage on using those flips to secure a barrier or a goal, or as Cholesterol's taking all this damage, using it to confirm a kill. But Hatin also taking damage. I don't think they wanted to risk getting KO'd themselves.
Yeah, calculated risk. And a primary flip on the goalie. B-Knight goes down. The game broken wide open. A good save by Babao with the evade as Cholesterol tries to save as well, but a flip available from Shiku. Oh, and Cholesterol, a little bit of panic. Oddnarb, what a missile prop projection to the opposite side.
I don't think Cholesterol was expecting the Atlas primary to come out as far as it did because of that missile prop.
Yeah, a bit of a jump scare here, and I think Hwatin, though, needs to worry in this upcoming point because that lack of meter could come back to bite them.
Yeah, and especially the entirety of Beloved Loaves just moving up to Space Train's goal box. No fear on the side of B-Knight, and able to get both barriers down.
With both barriers down, their offensive presence is limited. Flip available. Cholesterol pulls it right to themselves. And Senko's Beloved Loaves, they're going to even up this game as they head to a draft in which they're the ones with the advantage.
And I'm trying to think, what is the deciding factor between these two teams? They're both one set up, and I wouldn't even say the damage, just because both teams have been getting that damage, getting those KOs. We do see Kazan, I'm guessing. Oh, perfect form Kazan. I was expecting the size to come out.
Yeah, perfect form Kazan going to have a lot more cooldowns to play here. Also keep your eyes on the sparks, right? Oddnarb is building up these sparks. And with the Super Surge falling to the Zentaro as well, I think Chikara Space Train very happy with this draft despite the set loss.
But I do not overlook the Deadeye on Finny. Finny's primary on the backswing does an immense amount of damage. Proccing that Deadeye, she'll take out a good chunk of your stagger just with one ability.
Oh, and not even the primary that time. The secondary absolutely shredding the Zentaro. Stagger Swagger not even getting a chance to activate at all, as almost an own goal by Babao, but it's still Senko's Beloved Loaves with the lead for the moment.
Yeah, just the Finny with all these cooldown reductions, all this damage, but trying to dish out damage. I don't think she's saving any of her abilities for defense when you have an open goal. That's kind of needs to be your priority as a goalie.
Yeah, it's a bit of a defensive mishap from Senko's Beloved Loaves. They were on the power play. They were almost getting everything, but there, oh no, it all falls apart. Shiku finds a cyber swipe follow-up. Well played by Chikara Space Train, and this might be the fastest set in OSAS history.
5-second set. Shiku finding a nice dribble angle into the double barrier.
Yeah, it's going to take a lot for Senko's Beloved Loaves to stabilize. That's the one downside of picking the Finny. If one thing goes wrong, it could be a cascading mess that happens to you. So they need to try their best to keep it out of their side, like you said earlier.
Yep. I will say on the advantage of Finny in this particular team comp matchup is Finny struggles with forwards that are just staying in her face because she has nothing to like anti-stuff. But Hatin just taking so much damage isn't able to apply that pressure. But Cholesterol with the Kazan dash strike able to sink it right between Oddnarb and Shiku.
Really good confidence too, because they both had flip. All three members of Chikara Space Train had flip, but Cholesterol just knew that there was a gap in the middle. And if Chikara Space Train can't get good value out of these flips, it could turn into a dire situation. But they do have the insurance. They do have the barrier taking capability. And Chiku still has flip available here. One good pass from Audnarb. Bit of a panic flip, but still the resource available. A flip for the kill. And B-Knight stuck in the corner. But Bao not there to catch the rebound. Well played by Chikara Space Train. They clean up the set.
Yeah, and honestly, going back to the previous set, just giving up that point, not wasting a flip, probably a good call, because you were already up 2 points to 1 in that case, so saving your flips for the next point, which they used it very effectively.
And the Sparks also coming in huge for Audnarb, right? This Atlas is going to get something good no matter what, whether it be the Hotshot, Spark of Agility, or whatever, and plenty of good options for the Zentaro as well. Are they going to deny both Sparks here? I don't think it's worth it.
I don't think it's worth it, but they do. If you were going to deny both, if Agility was the last one up, I could see that, but I don't think denying Spark of Strength would be that much of an issue. With a Kazan, you'd think they'd want Egoist for the speed boost at the very least.
Yeah, Egoist going unpicked there is a little bit confusing. It feels like Senko's Beloved Loves could have gotten a little bit more value out of that draft, but they have won these sets before, but right now it's looking kind of dangerous as Timeless Firewall Sentry is really difficult to deal with.
And yeah, we're not seeing as much damage come out. Most of these KOs we're seeing are pretty instant or just dumping a lot of damage real quick. And I think that just comes down to both teams having a pretty good healer on either side.
Yeah, now Hwateen and Chiku converting onto the big finish. A bit of an awkward spot for B-Knight to find a save. It's tough, especially because they're so low meter. The evades have been forced, and Chiku and Hwateen firmly have the energy advantage here.
Yeah, but I think it's just going to come down to who can take advantage of the forward plays the quickest. Because, like we were saying, Finny can't really deal with forward right in front of her face, but if they can keep the core on Space Train side of the field, then Atlas is going to run out of abilities. That's going to allow B-Knight to use those specials to trip them up to get good catches. And like we see there, just kind of collapsing into that corner and just leaving Audnarb no option, no way to clear it out.
Yeah, very good collapse from Senko's Beloved Loaves. They're going to have to do that a lot more times, but they've stabilized the energy situation as well. They're working on flips of their own. They're almost there. And of course, that power also means a lot more core speed for B-Knight as one barrier is taken early.
Yep, and B-Knight trying to get the flip to get the save out, but Chiku right there to catch it and take a barrier in return. We do see Audnarb sitting pretty comfortably with a flip, and Hwateen with a flip as well. Are they going to use it for a KO to save it for the goal or try to get it for the barrier? That's the big question.
Yeah, right now still holding on to it. Hwateen tries to find the core and some damage, but whiffs a little bit too much. Another whiff flip from Audnarb. Chikara Space Train. That's a lot of energy gone, and they can't quite reach the core. Senko's Beloved Loaves are collapsing on this play very well. And if they can find one more passing play, could be enough. Somehow, Cholesterol manages to survive. Hwateen gets chipped down, and there's no one left on the defense to cover that spot. Senko's Beloved Loaves. It looked like they were out of it, but they're making a huge comeback.
Yeah, and that's kind of what we've been seeing this entire match. One team seems pretty well established, pretty comfortable in making things happen on the other side of the field. Much like we are right now with Space Train just keeping it on the side of Senko's Beloved Loaves. But it's just kind of a back and forth. It seems like every set.
Yeah, this time Cholesterol using a lot of Kazan abilities. This time finding the open primary onto both Chiku and Audnarb to take the set. We're heading to a set 5 and another draft that could really get this game out of hand.
With a now up front for the side of Senko's Beloved Loaves, I don't think there's too much scaling the now could do. I'm more interested to see what the Finny takes.
Yeah, a lot of options available for the Finny. Goes for the team player here. Interesting. Wants to shore up, getting the core out of there. Wants to make the clears that much better. Is that a double dash hover? That was denied away?
Maybe? With a Catalyst falling that far, Catalyst actually falling that far back, Shiku didn't take it until pretty close to the end there. If Cholesterol did take the Egoist in the previous draft, they'd be sitting very comfortably. But I bet they're regretting that decision now.
B-Knight just got 100 to 0'd. Hua-Teen, so much damage. And with the goalie gone, Bibao and Cholesterol need to find some way to defend this corner. It's going to be tough though because Shiku is there for the follow-ups and Oddnar's pushing up as well. The primary gets a lot of hits done. They somehow hold on for the moment. And almost a clear out. They're still trying to get it away, and to the top side it goes. Somehow Senko's Beloved Loaves hold on.
That was an insane play. It was a dogpile that quarter, and I think unfortunately for the side of Space Train, they were trying to attack the pocket that Finny was respawning in, so there was no downtime after that respawn.
Yeah, but they do have a flip available and a flip coming up on Hua-Teen. Big opportunity still for Chikara Space Train to close this one out. Cholesterol keeping it away, but critically low at the moment. Shiku flip to the top side. Somehow makes it past Bibao's flip that was right in front of it.
And Space Train very comfortably on the energy economy in this game. It just seems like Senko's Beloved Loaves just have to spend so much time evading the Aimi dash, the Zentaro strikes, that they're just not able to build up these flips. And I don't even know how many times we've seen it at this point, but Space Train 2 flips, Oddnarb using 1 just to get out of that pocket, but Hua-Teen able to use 1 to get double barriers out.
Oh, but a barrier traded on the other side, and Cholesterol's the one who gets the kill, but Oddnarb snipes it in the midfield, despite Cholesterol making the outplay. Oddnarb's the one who comes in clutch, and Chikara Space Train kind of feels like it should be 1-1, but with that outplay, it is 2-0. They're 1 goal away from moving on.
Yeah, I think B-Knight just getting a little too comfortable pushing forward, not able to make it back in time for the defense. Shiku again with the nice strike into the double barrier, and Hua-Teen smelling blood on that B-Knight.
Yeah, and Cholesterol was incredibly low as well. Flip available top side, blocked away by B-Knight for the moment, who has to be so careful here. They managed to get the clear, but B-Knight still staggered, taken out. And oh no, Bibao, you hit it into the Atlas primary again, 2 points in a row. It's the missile prop snipe from Oddnarb, and Chikara Space Train are moving on.
And I don't think people expect that Atlas primary to linger as long as it does once they have a projectile awakening.
Yeah.
And yeah, Bebo, you just got to be a little bit more patient. Sometimes just wait for the visual clear.
That was a close game, but Chikara Space Train managed to find separation at the end. And I guess what impressed you the most about that game? Or what surprised you? Because that was just back and forth.
I think that's probably what surprised me most is how very different these team comps are. Just looking at the goalies, you have an Atlas very lock it down zoning type of goalie versus a Finny who's much more active, using her positioning and her abilities for defense or for offense, and having those cooldowns to do it and such. But both teams, it seemed like the plays were very similar. A lot of damage getting pushed out, and both teams doing a fairly good job on confirming those KOs. I think in this case, Chikara Space Train just did a better job on taking advantage of those striker advantages when they came up.
Yeah, and bit of a rare case. We're not going to break. We're going to the next game. We're going to a Chikara Civil War in the qualifier match.
Oh, instantly. We gotta love that.
New lobby, Chikara Clinkers, Chikara Redemption. This is going to be a pretty interesting game, I think, because both these teams, I think, have very good reasons for predicting a win here.
I am very interested in this. I know both teams very well. Obviously, gone against Mike Mart several times in the last couple of assassins. Perfect Curves, Chikara cheating member, and Granitech. I've known Granitech since I even before I started competing in OSAS. But Clinkers and cheating have a long history in OSAS, so I'm very familiar with Kione, Vic Blade, and Captain Yes.
Yeah, and Mike Mart, of course, one of the longest standing OSAS players. Could have opted to graduate last season, but having not played in the finale, opted into one more season. And like you mentioned earlier, right, Perfect Curves, Chikara cheating, member, Grand Attack, looked spectacular in the stream game earlier. Chikara Clinkers, they have been in the spotlight for many seasons now. And the question is this the season that they top 3?
I think it is. If not top 3, I think they do make it to I think Clinkers makes it to the finale. Redemption too, but Clinkers, we've actually been screaming them quite a bit, and just the improvement between last OSAS and this, their team plays, their coordination has gotten so much better. I'm really confident in saying Clinkers qualifies this season.
All right, we should be heading to game any second now. And yeah, I'm interested to see what the draft is as well, right? Because Kiane is such an interesting goalie player with the standard and non-standard picks. Might see an era, perhaps. And of course, Chikara Redemption, a little bit more standard with the drafts, but it's still pretty interesting.
Yeah, and I do need to say, I do think Chikara Redemption will also qualify for the finale. Just, I may have a bias there for one, if not two of the players on that team.
Perhaps, just a little bit.
Yep, and looks like we're hovering a Rune. We know Curves is really comfortable on the Rune. Grantak comfortable on the Julie. Curves switching to Kai, very comfortable on Kai as well. And Mike Mart hovering that Dubu goalie. Very standard comp, I believe. And I think this is one everyone on this team is very familiar with. A lock-it-down goalie, a good mobile midfield, and a brawler up in the forward position. But with the Era and the Julie bans, it can be interesting to see what comes up here on Night Market.
I like the Era ban because Era goalie for Kiane would have been very, very good on Night Market. This map just allows you to pick Era double brawler or something of that sort and give your team a huge brawling advantage in the midfield while still maintaining a lot of speed. So that avenue is closed off. But the Zentaro taken away, the Kai taken away by Chikara Clinker. So that's going to be a powerful midfield duo.
Yeah, although Grand Attack, no stranger to Asher forward. They're a very good brawler. They are much better at finding KOs than I am, especially on Night Market with the having to commit to a lane effectively. I think we can expect Grant to find a couple KOs against the Clinkers.
Quite possible. Melee goalies coming out for both players here. Both teams looking to make their mark and qualify. Although there's another chance on the loser side. It would probably be best to not go down there, as this is an interesting awakening start actually. Timeless Creator, Spark of Resilience, another Spark start that's going to warp this game.
Yeah, and especially giving Curves the Rune on Timeless. Rune can be very feast or famine. He kind of needs certain awakenings to feel viable, but Timeless right out the gate is going to be really comfortable with on Rune, using it right there to make sure they can't clear it past Grant. But Kione able to clear straight up top to send it around, and this core just kind of going around the field here, and Courage just trying to block it off.
Yeah, and I think a big thing is also Mike Mart's confidence. That guy is stepping up the midfield constantly, and that kind of confidence pays dividends on Night Market, on Dubu. Good Toby Fortress to block it away, and a Timeless Creator, such a good awakening. You mentioned Grand Attack's KO potential, and there it is. That's a power play already for Chikara Redemption. They're hitting it to the bottom side, burning the flip from Kiane, and a crazy bounce off the Night Market terrain as well. So much value for Chikara Redemption at that point.
Yeah, Grand Attack does not need pummelers to get those KOs, and Kione just missing an unfortunate flip, and I wasn't sure if it was Grand Attack bouncing it off that center wall or if it played just kind of getting and hitting that Night Market angle. Unfortunately, losing that point there.
Yeah, and Perfect Curves doing quite well and keeping the core up for Grand Attack yet again. Eventually, a Strike War will take the barrier, and Mike Mart continues to hold 2 barriers to none. But Vicblade does steal the speed gate. Kiane gets caught lacking by Perfect Curves. What a prediction.
And I think Clinkers are starting to realize why everyone bans Rune against Curves. Curves is just really good at like making those predictions, basically reading the mind of the goalie and popping those at the exact last moment that the goalie cannot respond to.
Yeah, and Kiane usually would clear vertically, right? But especially when it's early on in the game, Perfect Curves, you don't usually see them on the Rune because it's usually banned away. Sometimes you don't expect it. You try to just pass to your teammate and bam, there's a pillar in your face, and that's exactly what we saw there. But maybe some offense being found, but Perfect Curves excellent on both the defense and the offense here, making sure that Vicblade and Captain Yes don't have too many opportunities.
Yep. And we see Grand Attack with the flip using it, get that final barrier. Curves not too far from getting their flip as well. So I think Clinkers has a lot to be worried about in this point right now, especially as Grand Tag just dribbles it up, uses the primary just to kind of drift it into that bottom corner just far enough. Kione just cannot reach it.
Yeah, and I respect Kione's hesitation because it seems a little embarrassing, like, oh, you could have reached it, but Grand Attack could have easily stepped backwards and just core stopped with the primary, leaving it basically a free shot anywhere into the goal. So Kione tried to cover both options, but it was just a little too rough. And an unstoppable deny away from the Atlas, and a good take as well against the Atlas primary, right? So that's an interesting pick as Spark falls all the way down to fourth pick.
Yeah, and especially the Spark at cooldown, Kai going to be able to use those pellets more often, that speed burst more often. But we are seeing the Super Surge on Zentaro. We all know Zentaro's not a real character until you get a Dash Awakening. And I personally prefer Super Surge over EE, especially if you're going for the damage.
Yeah, and looking back at this draft, I'm surprised Grant didn't go for the Spark scaling here. Of course, Unstoppable not being on the enemy goalie and being on you against Atlas is great and all, but this is a Spark start, and I think that scaling could have really been valuable here.
Yeah, I can see it. Oh, let me get back to that thought, because we have a KO against Mike. Can the Clinkers take advantage as a striker advantage? But Kerr's just kind of denying that entire lane. But Vigblade able to just get around perfectly, dribble and sink it in before Mike can get back up.
A little bit of hubris, a little bit of overconfidence from Curves, right? Has been so perfect so far. Just didn't expect Vigblade to choose that top angle. Stepped up, thought the play was over. But maybe there's a reason for the confidence, because that's the old burn from Kione. A KO basically found, and a KO found by Grand Attack. Perfect Curves and Grant, when they're not the ones being taken out, they are taking over.
And Kione, I think, trying to clear down vertically, but just barely clipping the bottom of their own barrier. Now it's a wide open net. Do have Flip to use if that Asher starts getting a little too close. Oh, but the Curse banish with the pillar redirect sinks it in.
I saw the banish and I was like, okay, but the core's out of play. But Curves thought of that too, had the cooldown for the pillar, and followed up with the solo play. Well, what a spectacular goal.
Yeah, and again, this is why people ban Rune against Curves. But he has an answer to everything. If he has an ability up, he can make something happen.
Yeah, maybe the answer from Chikara Clinkers should have been damage, but this comp isn't the most damage heavy. But Mike Mart again, second time being taken out by the Oni's Blade. And Vigblade might have found Mike Mart's one weakness.
Yeah, and honestly, I think it's Captain Yes and Vigblade really kind of pushing up together, kind of forcing Mike Mart back into the goal to give himself enough time to react to passes and clears. But you're back up against that wall is not where you want to be when Vigblade has that ult up.
Yeah, Grand Attack, goes for a late flip. Unfortunately, that meter for naught, as Kione almost finds the perfect strike shot, but it bounces right up for Grand Attack, and that's still 2 barriers taken. Unfortunate for Chikara Clinkers, but if you're Chikara Redemption, you're happy until Vigblade finds a double barrier of their own. Looking for a little bit more here. Grand Attack with the timing after the banish is solid. A flip available for Vigblade, and blinking it right through Mike Mart and Grand Attack.
And Vigblade, very good patience not using that flip to try to get the second barrier, knowing they can get it with just their abilities alone, and using the flip only when they could confirm a goal like that. Secondary up, dash right through it.
Taking a look at the draft, though, what really catches your eye? Because all I'm seeing is plenty of amazing picks for a certain perfect Curves here.
Yeah, I mean, you're not going to be able to deny perfect Curves, so what's the point of this? Stack some stacks to the Zentaro. I don't know how I feel about that. Missile prop on Atlas is good, but I think Atlas might prefer the speed. He's notoriously known for his low mobility, and you're not going to be able to deny the size from the Asher in this instance. But the size getting both to Asher and Mike Mart, though, going to help a lot with those strike wars. I don't know. I think Redemption kind of won that particular draft.
Yeah, I'm personally a huge fan of Missile Prop on the Atlas, so I'm not going to comment too much on that one. But I do agree that Redemption got a lot of what they wanted. Captain Yes was a good follow-up. Will trade the barriers there, but they do have a ton of tools. Extra special, cast to last, and of course now even more power on perfect Curves. It just looks so good right now, but that pillar came back to bite them a little bit.
Yep, I think perfect Curves using that secondary for the mobility not fully aware of where that was going to place his pillar.
Yeah, Mike Mart, a little unfortunate. Not too happy about that one wobbling around, but all good. It happens as the pillar this time is pretty good on the defense. Oh.
And one thing I'm starting to see now is Clinkers really being aware of how close they are to the edge, especially when that Asher is nearby. But Grant can find those KOs, Grant can find those clears into the barrier, and Curves can find those pillars to redirect it into the goal.
I think that was a MOBA moment from Kiane. Oh no, had to strike there, but struck it in a slightly different angle into the goal. Unfortunate, but it happens sometimes. Take a look at the energy situation though. Captain Yes and Vicblade, if they get a fast push on 2 barriers, they can just get an explosive goal here and take the lead.
Yeah, and they are able to just shove it through to get 1 barrier and just keep it in that corner until they get the second. Kione was able to walk up, just keep that pressure going, but now Mike Mart able to catch the flip out of Vicblade. A lot of energy getting burned here, and not able to make anything happen of it.
Perfect Curves in a lot of trouble though. A little bit of damage focus could mean the rune goes down. The midfield opened up. Vicblade looking for a dribbling play. Top side, bottom side, but the pillar completely blocks it away. The missile prop primary. We saw it last game. Kiane trying to replicate that success, but that's a barrier taken despite the KO. Grant going for a crazy bounce, trying to stall out some time, but it's going to be difficult as Vicblade pushes forward.
Yep, although you got a Dubu with the roll stun, and then Asher backing you up, able to just shove it through just about anyone. But Curves with a good banish on Vicblade, shoving it through, placing the pillar to get that last barrier, and now it's an open goal against Kione, but Vicblade does not care.
I'm getting deja vu. Vicblade just hitting it around on the top side in that exact spot earlier against Perfect Curves, now against Mike Mart and Perfect Curves. What's next against all 3 players? Vicblade is on point with that angle.
I would not be surprised. Oh, but nice banish again with Curves dropping the pillar, trying to get through, but Kione ready for it, not even needing the flip to get out of that situation.
Yeah, and a rough pillar that time. Jakar Clinkers managed to find their way around it, and they're trying to close this one out as Vicblade finds a spectacular dash onto Mike Mart. Both barriers down. It's up to the strike warning from Mike Mart, which is good so far, but Mike Mart doesn't position for Dioni's blade quite enough. And Vicblade, yet again, will take it in for a set win.
Yeah, and I'm trying to think, what was the win con here for Jakar Redemption? They were getting a lot of KOs early on, but I think Clinkers is just now hyper aware of when Grant is hunting for those. We are seeing Rune hovering that hot shot, good for the cool, or the Monumentalist. Ooh. Damage and bigger pillars, but that 1-2 Zentaro already dishing out a lot of damage.
I'm actually surprised that Kiane didn't go for the Hot Shot. Hot Shot Missile Prop is an incredibly powerful combination, especially in overtime. That could be a win in itself. Rapid Fire kind of feels like a bit of a weaker version of it.
Yeah, maybe they're just thinking that primary is such a good stuffing through, and especially against an Asher forward. They might just be a little worried about that Asher. Maybe a little more than they should be.
Possibly, but again, it's really up to the midfield prowess here, as Captain Yes will have to play another game of keep away from Grand Attack. You mentioned the Asher being a threat, and Grant's looking downright massive right now. But Vicblade again, so much room to play, trapped in jail. Mike Mart detains him for a little bit.
And I think one thing we might have overlooked is Grant picking up that nice edge on Asher. The power, yeah, going to help him with those KOs, but Asher notoriously suffering from their lack of speed. And so just running along that edge just to get that speed boost to position yourself that much quicker, that might be a threatening position for Kione.
Yeah, and with the size of Asher, getting that activation that much further from the edge could be huge, but a banish in an inopportune spot, but a KO found onto the midfielder. Big opportunity now as Vicblade tries to find some presence in the top side. They're stalling it out for the moment. The pass splitter goes wide, but the pillar is there, and Kiane's in a lot of trouble. Grand Attack flipping, trying to find a pass up, but it's blocked away by Vicblade, who has plenty of core speed to work with as well as Kiane sends it forward. Trying to send it through the middle. Grand Attack has the redirect, and Perfect Curves. That's what the Monumentalist was for.
Being able to just reach those pillars further, and Curves will always be ready for those top clears, which is actually a really good advantage of having a good rune player on your side as a forward Asher, because Asher forward is really good at stuffing it through, but their weakness is just those clear, straight up and down clears. But if the goalie always has to worry about a rune pillar popping up, they're going to hesitate.
Yeah, and a bit of lore here, but back in beta, there was a patch, I believe it was Asher or Rune launch patch, where the entire meta was just Asher and Rune every game. So it's a bit of a Mega Strikers history repeating itself here if Jakar Redemption do succeed.
I might need you to explain that history to me and why it was so powerful. But Kione trying to get the flip out of the banish, but just didn't get the timing down right. That Castellas really throwing their timing off. But those pillars kind of throwing off Kione's clears.
What a shot by Grand Attack, making sure to mix up Kione. The shot placement has been on point from Jakar Redemption, both Perfect Curves and Grand Attack, making sure to be solid on the offense. And if it continues, if this trend goes to 3-0, we're heading to a set 5.
Yeah, Jakar Redemption really able to take advantage once they can kind of get some solid control of that core. I think the issues being Clinkers with the Kai with the speed, the projectiles, Zentaro just being able to dash anywhere, kind of disrupting any control they try to get. But Perfect Curves and Grand Attack able to keep control of the core long enough to get both barriers down on the side of Clinkers. But again, Vicblade does not care and takes that final barrier down.
Good strike wars to keep it away by Jakar Redemption, but Captain Yes has flip available. The log stalls out quite a bit, and that flip is neutralized. Grand Attack, though, trying to find something in the midfield. Captain Yes has the presence. Perfect Curve sends it backwards, but thankfully it is not scored. Jakar Redemption still at Perfect Curves does it for the 4th time. On point with every single opportunity in the top side.
Yeah, and that was probably the only option for Kione in that situation, seeing it straight up. But again, a good rune will always be ready, and Curves is a good rune.
Oh, this is a really interesting draft. What do you think is going to be the priority here? Because there are so many power picks.
I'm actually kind of surprised on the Asher not going for the Rampage. Yeah, I understand that denying the Twin Drive from Atlas, but Asher's size is such a threat. We are seeing Zentaro picking up a double spark. Might be a little late in the game. That would have been worth falling to Kione to get the triple, or not Kione, Captain Yes to get the triple spark.
Yeah, this is a really confusing draft because there were so many picks that were weirdly passed up. I feel like Primetime and Rapid Fire both up. Grand Attack probably should have picked for his own power rather than trying to deny Twin Drive here.
Yeah, like Asher Dash is good, but I don't think it's worth trying to scale into.
Yeah, Fight or Flight was available, but forget about that if Grand Attack's still doing the same mold. You said that Grand Attack didn't need pummelers, and maybe Grand Attack doesn't need a super powerful awakening in this last draft because Jakar Redemption, if they can keep the power play up, if they can find this barrier, they're looking good.
But Kione with that Cosmic Expanse able to save that final bear. Kione kind of trying to walk up to that midfield with that flip in hand. I think they're a little hesitant just because they don't have a lot of mobility. Using that flip just so Grant cannot shove it through and take that last barrier.
Yeah, and the Expanse proving to be a bit of an obstacle for Grant, unable to push through it with the primary so far. Perfect Curves is completely taking the midfield over here. If a pillar is allowed to form, that entire lane is locked up, it feels like. And Kione does find a good clear angle to Vicblade, though, who's trying to set up, but again, Zentaro does struggle in these situations where if the goalie's confident there's no follow-up, Mike Mart should be able to see the scoring attempt coming from a mile away.
Yeah, and I think Kione has to fight for this barrier like it's the final point. Like if they lose a barrier, they lose a point because Kione has 0 speed. And with the Twin Drive deny, really limited on their ability usage.
Forget about that because Kione just walked up to midline and primaried, securing the barrier and creating a crazy bounce that eventually got the goal in the hands of Vicblade Jakara Clinkers. Despite expectations, that they managed to find it.
Yeah, and I think what you were saying before, I kind of debated if Kione had made the right call with that missile prop. I think you're right. Missile prop Atlas able to secure that barrier, but not able to save that double barrier in this point.
Yeah, the missile prop love from me might be a bit of jealousy in solo queue. Like, it's just me trying to find any agency and win games. That's why I also picked Cauldron Juno, but there's no Juno in this game. Perfect Curves trying to play on the open net here. Grand Attack with the flip available. Shot to the bottom, but Kione has enough reach to get to it. top side looking a little dangerous as well as the passing play comes in. Perfect curves, the pillar neutralized. Kione, what a strike shot. What timing to save the goal there.
And you said it earlier on, Kione kind of made some questionable defensive plays, but you did mention that is kind of early on. They kind of need to see, like, get a feel for how these forwards are playing. And I think Kione is locking in and kind of able to read what Grant and Curves are trying to set up.
Dangerous spot here. The pass splitter almost scores on its own. Mike Mart all the way forward. The flip goes barely wide, pixels off in both timing and positioning. And Mike Mart, what a perfect time to push forward for the aggression.
Mike Mart just deciding this ends here for that point. And Curves with that pillar right behind Mike Mart, making sure there's no way it's falling back.
Perfect curves now, once again, taking over to midfield with the pillars as the core bounces backwards. Grand Attack manages to find a strike on it, but Mike Mart rolls a little bit too far forward. A rare miss does mean that there's a lot of pressure on this barrier here, but the log after the strike will cover all of the timings. Well played by Mike Mart as Perfect Curves keeps possession. Mike Mart pushes up, but the cores get sent in a weird angle downwards, and Chikara Clinkers are safe for a little bit longer.
And Vic Blade holding onto the Zentaro passive, using it just to dash in so they can try to get some offensive plays going, but Perfect Curves and Mike Mart just in sync enough just to clear it out, and Kione not able to catch the core before it can get their barrier.
Expands at the perfect time, and Grand Attack still pushing forward, but the Expanse still stands. Kione trying to clear it away. Doesn't want to hit it up to Perfect Curves, because if it goes to the top side, that might be a goal, but Mike Mart again rolls forward. Vic Blade finds the barrier, and suddenly this point's a lot closer as overtime ticks, and as soon as overtime ticks, there's a rune pillar. Kione not ready for the core speed.
Yeah, that's an overtime monumentalist rune pillar for you. Gonna be incredibly hard to react to.
A bit of a jump scare because that was the first second of overtime. The sound cue had just played. Banish stalls out the entire game for a little bit as the core is caught with both the forwards. An amazing clear by Mike Mart gets it away, and Chikara Redemption, they've been really solid on the defense these past points.
Yeah, really good decision making on Mike Mart, knowing when to stay back and be that really solid goalie, but also having some really good forward plays, but able to save that flip dash from the Zentaro with the Dubu roll, and Curves getting the Banish and Pillar, trying to clear it out, but Clinker's just so much pressure in that top lane.
Yeah, but Kione, that's the Expanse cooldown down. That important cooldown is unavailable as Grand Attack pushes forward. The strike is missed, but Kione wins the strike war, but it comes back again. Perfect curves to the top side. A pillar is going to be available in just a second, but it's used for the immediate pressure. And I think Chikara Clinkers are out of the danger zone. They're the ones pushing forward now, but Grand Attack, no, gets possession of the core again, and the barriers are opened up.
In that Expanse, Grant waiting for that Atlas secondary to time out, get out of the way so they can just win the strike war and send it to that top corner.
Incredible patience, incredible shot. Chikara Redemption, a bit of a close game, but they're the ones who move on. And that last set, it kind of felt like they were firmly looking to be in control.
Yeah, like I was saying, it took Kione a little while to finally lock in and kind of get a read for Redemption, but with the stuffing power of the Asher, the KO power of just Grant on really any character they pick, and Curves with the expertise on the rune pillars, the timing, and being able to cut off those clears just became too much for Clinkers to get through this tonight.
Well, we're gonna go to a quick break. The next match is already ready, but I think we need to at least stop for a little bit. So we'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. Consider web fishing, and see you in a bit.
And welcome back. We are on to our next game in brackets with Chikara Space Train and Seraphim Crimson. Two teams I think we're very familiar with. Space Train, we just saw a little bit ago, and Crimson, very well known in OSAS. I guess, what are we expecting in this match? And it looks like we're going to AtLab.
Yeah, AtLab might be the most standard map in the game, and Chikara Space Train, as we saw earlier, a pretty standard team, right? They play a very classic Omega Strikers, if you can even call anything that, but you look at the comps they pick and you look at how they play and you're like, oh, okay, like they're playing well. Seraphim Crimson, on the other hand, they have a bit of a penchant for some more wackiness.
Yeah, they do kind of have some interesting comps, but with the Drakkar from, not Malachi, Tefunk, really good at finding those KOs, and especially on AtLab, using that black hole to your advantage to dish out the damage and confirm those KOs. I think that's might be what Crimson's win con is here.
Big Luna Band coming out, making sure that Hugo cannot get that heavy damaging pick on AtLab of all maps. And I'm liking the hovers here. X and Aimi, I think, will really be a solid duo for Chikara Space Train, because they really cover a lot of options, especially considering that Hugo, specifically as a player, likes to play eject goalies, likes to play the goalies that are very vulnerable to an X in their face.
Yeah, and Aimi just really good at controlling the midfield, glitch pop, blinks, and that turret. But X and Fenny, that's going to be a lot of damage that can be dumped out, and confirming those KOs as we see a Drakkar, Estelle, and Asher on the side of Crimson. Guessing Asher goalie?
No, it's Estelle goalie. It's Hugo. That guy has a very defined character pool.
You know what? You're right. Apparently, I was not listening.
Yeah. But this is kind of what I was talking about a little earlier, right? Seraphim Crimson, their compositions are a little bit quirky, and they have defined strengths, but again, like on the defensive end, they need to figure out how to stay on the offense.
Yeah, and especially in offense, it is as soon as Kurikan able to get the core, gets a double barrier, and just sinks it right in between Oddnarb and Shiku. But yeah, kind of like you're saying, this odd comp, Asher wants to stay on the enemy side of the field, wants to just shove it into those pockets, especially on AtLab, but Drakkar just does not offer a lot of assistance in keeping it on that side as a midfield.
Oh, and an amazing shot by Shiku, and an amazing KO by Shiku as Hwateen and Shiku push forward. I don't think Hwateen touched the core at all there, despite being in the play for all of it. A testament to how involved Shiku is.
Yeah, and again, that Fenny, Aimi, X just able to dump out so much damage, getting 2 KOs, and this is the first set. There's no scaling going on. We do see a double siphoning wand on the side of Space Train, though, so damage is the name of the game for them.
Tefunk, every cooldown being dumped onto the Drakkar, who is turning invisible, trying to get out of there, and a good shotgun to make sure Hwateen can't find the staggering, but the triple take does a number on the Drakkar, who is almost taken out, and that X Maximus is a death sentence with no meter available. That's another power play for Chikara Space Train.
And I gotta give it to Hwateen not using that core flip for the KO, knowing that they have their X Maximus coming up and able to just confirm that. And Kurikan already staggered, not using that flip for the evade, and Shiku right there able to flip it and send it right to that top corner.
Chikara Space Train, their game plan looks very solid. They're looking like they came into this game thinking this is how we're gonna beat Seraphim Crimson. And although Kurikan has that individual pop-off moment, so far the game plan has been working.
Yep. I think it was just Space Train getting level 2, getting their ults, getting those abilities, and able to just push out that damage. Although we do see Hugo and Tefunk dishing out that damage on Hwateen, getting a little low, but Tefunk low themselves, now dealing with that X Maximus.
Yeah, and I gotta respect Oddnarb here. As a goalie player, Oddnarb's been very solid, of course, giving up a barrier here, but in the previous interactions with Kurikan, they've hit around the Asher quite well. And it can be scary when an Asher's in your face, but in a lot of situations, you can just hit around that character as Kurikan pushing forward yet again. The path splitter set up, but Oddnarb so patient on the defense with the strikes.
And Finny is a great goalie pick, but only if you have good goalie fundamentals. And I cast her curse there. Odnarb getting a little too confident walking up and lets the core go. But Finny's really good with dishing out that damage with all those range abilities, keeping control. But as if you don't have a lot of stuffing potential with an Ash in your face, but Odnarb holding it down, Hugo not able to as much with Shiku and Haunting in their face.
Yeah, Shiku's been all over the map, it feels like. Rewarded with the first pick, and that's an extra special staring me in the face here, and plenty of damage as well. Something also to look out for is that single spark, right? We talk about it all the time, but it could lead to a lot.
Yeah, and it is Spark of Speed, a pretty good just base spark. Not a lot of speed coming out of it, but if you can at least confirm one spark with it, and especially going to the Fenny, who already has a good amount of base speed, that I don't know who's coming out on top here. We get double size on the side of Space Train, and we just kind of get, what was that, a twin drive Estelle and extra special on Drakkar. I think Space Train's sitting pretty comfortable.
Yeah, I think Space Train is firmly ahead after that draft, personally. The Spark as insurance, but importantly, the double size against Asher is so valuable in terms of finding good strike interactions, and Huatin almost finds a solo barrier play and almost a KO. But I guess the one X factor in this game is Kurikan, who is finding these barriers in the 1v2.
Yeah, and Atlab is just a really good map for an Asher forward. But again, Seraphim Crimson just not able to get it up there long enough. But if it can get up there, Kurikan can make something happen, sending it to that top corner right outside Odnarb's strike.
A bit of a mind game there as well. Odnarb had the call, but Kurikan was confident that Odnarb would second guess the clear, and that's exactly what happened there. But Odnarb overall has been pretty excellent on the defense, but Tafonk turning invisible and shotgunning the X off the map.
Yeah, no need for the black hole or anything, just X getting a little too comfortable along the edge there, and again, Kurikan gets the core, makes something happen, gets both barriers, and flips to just sink it right in the middle of the goal. And Seraphim Crimson looking pretty good this set, even though we were just kind of saying Space Train kind of won that draft.
And I lied. Tafonk didn't turn invisible. Tafonk just walked up slowly and shotgunned Huatin a single time, which is a little crazy. As Kurikan's the one taking a lot of damage now, they could secure this KO. They could secure a double barrier, actually. No KO necessary. Jakar Space Train looking like they never left despite the 2-0 deficit.
Yeah, and double flips, kind of walking, Space Train walking up, doesn't need it. Shiko able to flip and find that corner in the top pocket.
Yeah, and the Space Train, again, it makes you a little confused, right? But I think, again, it's the Kurikan factor. Kurikan individually is finding the 1v2 outplays, and Jakar Space Train, if they can neutralize the Asher, that's how they win.
Yeah, I think that is exactly the Seraphim Crimson's win con, is get it to Kurikan and just give them as many chances as they need, and they'll make something happen. And Space Train needs to counter that and kind of get Kurikan out of this game, because we see Kurikan has such good core control, and just Asher naturally able to just shove it right through, get those barriers, and again, flips to sink it in, and Kurikan MVP for this set, well deserved.
Yep. Catalyst available now. That's a really scary awakening on an egoist start, but also plenty of other good awakenings, right? Stagger, Swagger, Knife's Edge, Rampage. So much power for the brawlers. But I'm also looking at that Spark of Strength. Will it be denied?
Even if it is, you're gonna get a Deadeye Finny right here.
Yeah.
And that damage, does Finny take the Deadeye? Yes,
Yeah.
it is. There it is. I was like, you have to take that. That's such good on you.
That's the power of the Spark, right? Earlier draft, and now the opponents feel the pressure to take it away. That they hand you Abyss.
And especially when it's only one Spark, because, you know, if they get that, there's a good chance they could get a third one in the next draft.
Yeah, it turns into a very scary situation. And Huatin almost comboed off the edge. That's crazy. Huatin didn't evade there. I'm so surprised.
Defunk really trying to get Huatin out. Kurikan decides, no, let's take the Aimi out, but still a lot of damage, but not staggered enough. Huatin not able to connect with that Bell Ringer. And can Crimson take advantage of this striker advantage? And it does not think so. With the open goal, can Odnarb clear it through? Shikyu comes in to help. And now we're back at the bottom and kind of back into a neutral state in the game.
neutral, but it's of course in Kurikan's hands. Is it really? Tefong trying to push in as well as Kurikan flip in front of the net. Deflected away this time. Good save by Odnar, but Hwatin takes so much damage in the process. Kurikan low as well, and Hwatin's regen all the way back to full. Big opportunity for Chikara Space Train if they can take this barrier, but Kurikan takes out Shiku yet again. They need to use these flips to full effectiveness to try and get back into the game, but it's going to be difficult.
Yeah, and Tefunk looking a little low, and I think Kurikan has posed such a threat. Hwatin not able to get out of that black hole, takes so much damage, gets knocked away, and again, Core gets to Kurikan, and story's old time, Asher Primary just pushes it right through into the goal.
What a back pass too, completely baited the flip from Odnar. Kurikan is playing on another level right now.
And what I'm actually seeing with Kurikan is, yeah, they're really good once they can get the core. They're kind of so much a threat. Hwatin, that last point was playing a lot further back than they had in the previous set. But now we see Hwatin kind of looking for that KO on Tefunk.
Going for 2 barriers here, will convert. And they're trying to find some follow-up for the goal. Shiku, Yugo, standing still, knows that they have the blink available with the aerial's range. Hwatin setting up for a strike war, and Yugo does not get the win. It's 1-1, it's a completely tied game, and it's such a weird game too, because it hasn't felt close inside of a point. It's felt one-sided in each point, but overall it's been back and forth.
Yeah, like you're saying, the plays are very back and forth. The numbers may seem one-sided, or the plays themselves are very one-sided, but the numbers make it seem a lot closer than it is. But Hwatin with the X Maximus able to confirm that second barrier, but Shiku a little low, kind of having to like fall back, and when you fall back, Kurikan pushes forward and gets a barrier off of the side of Space Train. Tefunk in the danger zone.
And Hwatin finds their way in, finds another strike war, and this X pick is proving to be very effective against the Estelle goalie, because once the X is in Estelle's face, it's up to a simple strike war, and if Hwatin strikes better, well, that's the goal.
Yeah, and plus if you're dealing with an X Maximus, it's going to be a harder time to do that. But Kurikan, I'm not sure who got that, Kurikan or Tefunk, gets the KO on the Aimi.
With the KO found, dangerous spot for Odnar and Hwatin. They're trying to eliminate Kurikan before this flip can be used, but it goes to the bottom corner. The save not there from Shiku, who had just respawned, and Kurikan, despite being staggered, despite almost being dead, evens it up yet again. We're headed to a 0.5.
Kurikan just so on point with those flips. It seems like every goal from Kurikan has been just almost a picture perfect use of that flip to score. But as we see, it looks like they are trying to dump damage on Tefunk, getting a little low, falling back, and Shiku able to blink in and confirm that KO with the cyber swipe.
Oh, the Sad Boys angle into the double barrier. A blessing for that core acceleration here as Shiku continues shoveling into the bottom side. A good strike war by Yugo takes it away, and that's one barrier at the very least. Tefunk is back, and the flip used, trying to find the mind game here as it goes to the top side yet again. But Odnar defensive positioning is looking quite good here, stopping the offense in its tracks.
Yeah, even though they lost a barrier, Odnar walking up. Kind of a safe spot when you have both barriers. Try to get that push. It's just unfortunate that Space Train wasn't able to get the enough forward pressure to confirm that goal. But we do see Hwatin dashing in with the flip. But again, Aimi getting KO'd, but Tefunk is also low. And Odnar not able to make it back in time, and now an open goal on both sides. Hwatin with the flip. Hugo with an amazing blink save to catch that.
Oh, and Tefunk could be a threat here. Weird big finish, and Tefunk manages to keep control. Kurikan, oh, goes for a crazy redirect play, but it doesn't pan out, and that could come back to bite them here if Shiku and Hwatin could find the dash in. Kurikan, one more chance here on the top side as Tefunk is closing in as well, but a good clear around the Asher as Shiku sets up that Firewall Sentry, a threat. So much damage onto Kurikan. One more hit could do it, but Kurikan stays alive. The Pat Splitter as well. Hwatin finds the KO, and now Seraphim Crimson are on their last legs. Can they find a lucky shot?
Hugo really good with these blinks, except tries to blink to get the save. Good call, except Shiku is ready with the cyber swipe to get the KO and sink the core in. And that's a set point to Space Train.
Oh, and that was so close. Kurikan had a flip in front of the net, couldn't quite convert, and now they're in a world of hurt here as this draft is looking so good for Chikara Space Train, especially because Yugo is an early pick, right? That means that the midfielder, Tefunk, is so far back and so low in the list.
But one blessing is you might notice there's no sparks. So nothing really to deny from Audnarb, although that also means Tefunk does not pick up anything to scale with that Spark of Power. And a team player on the Imi is interesting, not letting that fall to their goalie.
Yeah, that core speed could come into play, especially with the 1-2 punch on Hua Tin as well. If Hua Tin passes to Shiku and Shiku passes back, Hua Tin's resulting strike will be at like 3 million speed. It will be a little ridiculous. So now they have a core control win condition as well.
Yeah, just basically core speed, and especially if it hits overtime, Hugo's going to have a hard time reacting, and Tefunk is going to have a hard time staying alive. That damage output just scaling so hard, and Hurricane not looking much better.
Oh, the X, Fini, and Imi is really coming online here, as they can just chain these power plays, it feels like. But Tefunk, a big KO combo, but Shiku is in position, Audnarb's in position, Hugo has the strike, and it's a dangerous clear, but they managed to get it out of there. If Shiku can stay alive and do something, no, it's just deflected away. Hugo has the blink in time, and Seraphim Crimson get out of the jam.
That twin drive on Hugo's Estelle really coming in clutch to get a lot of these final saves. And Kurikan showing not only can they score, they can find those KOs. Much like what we were seeing Grant in the last match, Kurikan just KOing Imi right off the side of the map.
Audnarb has a hard defense on their hands. Unfortunate primary does mean that the barrier goes down. Tefunk with a flip available, and Kurikan sets up a slow primary in for the goal. Seraphim Crimson, they're looking like a different team.
They are. One thing I have just noticed, that is an eject button on Estelle. I have not seen them making too many like aggressive plays. They're mostly using that just to position on their own side of the field. And I'm wondering if that's kind of what Crimson needs, is just a bit more forward pressure.
Oh, and the forward pressure in this game is in their goal box as Hua Tin finds a KO, finds a Bellringer flip to take out Hugo and Tefunk. 2 KOs on the board. A passing play is all it takes. Can Kurikan be the hero? Stalls long enough for Tefunk to come back, but Shiku's still here. A dribble up to the top side. Shiku through the uprights, and Chikara Space Train equalize.
Yeah, just Tefunk and Hugo just leaving a little bit too much of a gap between them, and Shiku able to find that and punish them for it.
Shiku's been very measured, very calm, while Hua Tin's been explosive. This team's feeling really well balanced, as good evade by Tefunk to stay alive there, but the big finish is enough to find the kill anyway.
Big finish into a big X. Not much you can do there. Tefunk kind of wasting that evade just to not get KO just a few seconds earlier. But the Kurikan Asher ult able to push it back, and Audnarb not able to get back in time as it fell behind Shiku.
Good clear by Audnarb, but Tefunk positions well. Kurikan to the bottom corner now, trying to find a dribbling play, trying to find a shot in. Kurikan primary, good strike by Audnarb though, keeps it away. Offensive pressure from Hugo, but ejecting back immediately just means that there's not enough offensive pressure for Seraphim Crimson off the eject button.
And Kurikan really close to that flip, finally gets it. They need to apply that pressure because we know how accurate Kurikan can get with that, and Hua Tin's like, no, I'm gonna make you use that for an evade, and gets the KO anyways.
Yeah, and yet again, Hugo, it's just not sticking around on the eject button right there. Went for the insta flip. I think Chikara Space Train can predict it, but there you go. So much range with the Crystal Thorns, finds the goal.
Yeah, and I think you said it there, Hugo just not committing to that eject button. You get, what is it, 3.5 seconds, 3.25 seconds to get around there and help your forwards make a play happen. But popping in and out like that is not too advantageous. Lets you get one strike in, but that's about it. As we see one berry going down on the side on both sides, but the energy flip for Tefunk might have to use it for an evade, getting a little low there.
Yeah, and this barrier is still somehow surviving, but a good shot by Tefunk will take it down finally. But Shiku and Hua Tin, oh no, the Bellringer sends it away. Now Kurikan's in a 1v1. The triple take is good though. Audnarb on point on the defensive outplays here. Going for a shot is Shiku. Flip available from Hua Tin, but it goes wide. Now it's a dangerous spot if Hugo finds a play here. Kurikan hit back. Flip available. Amazing strike by Hua Tin. If that wasn't there, that was probably a Kurikan goal. A shotgun by Tefunk. Not quite enough to send it in. As Tefunk continues trying to strike into the bottom corner, top corner, it's not enough.
And one thing I'm kind of wondering if it's worth Kurikan, because it seems like Space Train is kind of targeting them once they can get some damage going. If Kurikan just uses that Asher secondary purely for the passive, just to keep the damage low so they can stay in position to make something happen.
Possibly. Huatin taking up so much space. If it goes to the X, it's dangerous. Hugo with the blink forward. Chiku with the blink forward goes wide, and Kurikan has flipped. One good passing play could do it here, but the big finish sends it away for the moment. Kurikan needs to get some value out of this one as the pass splitter splits the entire net. Kurikan top corner, flips for the hit stun, and finds the goal. We're headed to a set 5.
Yeah, Kurikan and Defunk just able to keep it in that top corner just long enough for Kurikan to get close enough to become a threat with that flip. And like you said, getting the flip stun to sink it in.
This draft is a little bit scary. There's so many powerful awakenings. Fighter Flight, Hotshot, Rapid Fire, what I have my eyes on, but 2 sparks available as well. What do you think's going to be the way it turns out here?
I'm almost thinking Finny might want to take that spark resilience, yeah, to deny the stagger on the side of Crimson. I think they need to stick to their game plan, dish out damage, get those KOs, but they need to do a better job of taking advantage of that striker advantage.
And Kurikan, last pick, picking up the Siege Machine, all in on that path splitter here. With both the Monumentalist and the Siege Machine, this is going to be do or die in terms of the special.
Yeah, I think Kurikan, they're taking a lot of damage, so that even that projectile range, if they have to fall back to grab an orb, is still able to keep that pressure with the ult. But both teams just trying to fighting it in the center. Crimson does find a play to get one barrier down. Space Train returns the favor, takes down one barrier on each side now. But the black hole is an unfortunate timing for the side of Space Train.
Yeah, that would have been a good clear by Huatin. A good attempt on the bottom barrier, but the black hole comes back right in time for Seraphim Crimson. Pushing forward, Kurikan doesn't use the flip there. You have Catalyst, you need to be using flip because Oddnarb can save those if given the opportunity. Jakara Space Train still in this one.
And I do also just want to point out, it was an Egoist perfect form start. Kurikan took perfect form over Egoist, so imagine if they took imagine if they took Egoist at the start with that Catalyst now.
So far, it's looking like they might not need it. Kurikan finds the goal. A weird bounce, but Oddnarb, that would have required like frame perfect strike timing somehow. And how do you even react to like the bounce being bad? Or it's just so tough in that situation. But Jakara Space Train is another point, another chance, and oh, Chiku's dead.
Yep, getting a little too close to the edge.
Oh!
But doesn't matter. Huatin with the flip and the bull rush. Not much you can do there. Hugo, even with Kurikan trying to help out there.
Yeah, that would have required a really, really perfect dodge from Hugo. And those are the types of plays that you expect from Nassel. Like, that was so well played from Huatin. The immediacy of it as well. But look at Tafong, finds the KO combo. And suddenly, this power play comes through for Seraphim Crimson.
The one thing I'm seeing a lot in this game, just on both sides, getting a little too comfortable on those edge when both teams have been able to punish that in various forms.
Yeah, barrier goes down. Kurikan, chance on the bottom side, sent forward. But Chiku's taking so much damage. Black hole pop did not do them any favors. As Oddnar picks up an orb, dangerous spot. Tafong trying to push in. Hugo on the top side as well, but blinks back, doesn't commit fully to the play. Primary going through, but it's not quite enough.
Yeah, and Tafunk getting a little low. A lot of damage getting pumped out to Tafunk, but I think Space Train wants to target Kurikan. They're the ones making the play happen.
Yeah, Oddnar with the core speed, maintaining it forward. Kurikan taking so much damage here. If they didn't get a kill on the Asher, that could be this game. That could be at least this point and the lead. So far, though, Kurikan staying alive somehow, dancing near the center, daring Oddnar to try and find a KO opportunity. But while that's happening, Tafonk's the one who's being brought low.
Great patience on Hugo, just sitting in that back corner, knowing where the forwards want to send it and not letting them. And again, the core gets secure, and Oddnar not able to get down fast enough, and Kurikan just sends it right in.
What a sequence by Hugo. Not just on the defense, like you mentioned, but on the offense as well. A patient pass down to Kurikan instead of going for a strike primary, for example. Incredibly well done there. And with 2 barriers down, it's Seraphim Crimson's chance to win it.
Yeah, and we see that Imi trying to keep it over there long enough. Able to get 1 barrier, but not the double. Huatin using the flip. Just kind of waiting out. You have the entire Crimson in front of you. Huatin does not care. X will just punch through everyone to get that final barrier. It's Tafunk looking low. Kurikan looking low. Can they finish this off? Get a striker advantage.
It's going to take a miracle here, but Kurikan heals all the way up. No miracles required. Flip available now. You got to be careful with this Asher. 1 pass is all it takes here. Tafong All you need is to give it to the Asher, and Seraphim Crimson might be qualifying, but it's still a tough job as Hwatiin and Chico are looking massive in the midfield.
Yeah, but again, Kirikin, Tefong taking a lot of damage, had to stick out of play. And Hwatiin with the X Maximus punching Kirikin right out. And Hugo blinking out, not able to get back in time. And Hwatiin is there, able to punish it and slowly drifting in, strike it just to confirm.
Tefong went for some solo scoring plays, but a pass to Kirikin might have secured them the game there. Seraphim Crimson, oh, I think that was their best opportunity. We'll see if they can make another one here.
Yeah, but a little bit of early advantage on the side of Chikara Space Train, but Hugo able to blink up there, get that first barrier down, and Kirikin in place right in front, but Ondarb using the flip just to get it out, not wanting Asher to stuff it through, but Crimson sends it right back, and you got the entire side of Space Train trying to get it past this Asher.
Good strike layering, though. Make sure that they manage to get the save, and Hwatiin, a delayed combo. Kirikin greeting the evades here. Tefong also not long for this world. All it takes is one more hit, and the flip goes wide at own barriers. Space Train, they're on a roll right now.
The Space Train is coming in. Tefong still staggered. Can they get another striker advantage? Shuko says, no, we're just going to get that barrier. We're going to open this up, and we are just going to send it back over and try to get this confirmed.
Hwatiin tried to use the end of X Maximus strike reset there. Not quite effective as Kirikin gets body blocked by Hwatiin. Cyber swipe in, Hwatiin to the top side. Good blink by Hugo to keep it alive for the moment. And Tefong interrupts as well, but Ondarb is striking so well, clearing it around Kirikin, not letting the Asher get any sort of presence. The barrier finally goes down, though. Anyone's game now.
This is full open. This is set 5.5. Both barriers open. This is the final death. Someone has to make a play happen. Kirikin Nova making the plays happen. Hwatiin counters, and now it's a 2v2.
Dangerous spot. Ondarb has flip available here. Tefong walking up, but Hwatiin is such a big presence, almost as flip as well. So much meter on both sides. It could be any moment now that it goes in. That's a scary Crystal Thorns. Hwatiin topside trying to find some possession. Any hit, any energy generation is huge here. And Tefong invisible through two, out of the range of the flip, perfectly placed. And Seraphim Crimson make it happen.
That was an incredible back and forth. We were saying earlier on, it seemed like it was very dominant from point to point, but the entire match as a whole was just a back and forth. That last set was, I think, just a back and forth every point. A lot of scaling happened. Kirikin going all in with that Astral, and then just winning the strike wars, using the Asher to stuff it through, make plays happen. But X notoriously known for scaling, and Space Train able to dish out damage, but Seraphim Crimson able to find those last couple of points.
Yeah, and in a game that was completely defined by Kirikin, Hugo and Tefong in the later sets and the later points really stepped up, right? They got the clutch plays, and of course that invisible strike in overtime was what sealed it.
Yeah, and we're saying how solid Kirikin was playing on the forward position. Once Hugo got those twin drives, they were just so on point with those blinks, getting those to save, getting those to clear, and just using that mobility. Yeah, we were kind of hoping not like pushing forward as much with that eject button, but using those blinks very effectively in their own goal box.
Well, on that note, there's only one match left. Last chance for Space Train and Chikara Clinkers. Which Chikara team will be the one making it? Find out after this break while you watch Tiger Slasher fall into the water. Welcome back, everyone. We're here for the last match of the day, the final finale qualifier, a Chikara Civil War, Chikara Space Train versus Chikara Clinkers. Hi, Brando. How are you doing? And are you ready to watch a Chikara team get eliminated?
I'm never ready, but it's kind of a fact of life. When you have so many in a tournament, it's only a matter of time before you get 2-3 civil wars going on.
Yeah, I'm going to check the bracket real quick. Were there any earlier? Oh, Chikara Clinkers on the road here did eliminate Chikara Kittens. But other than that, a pretty low frequency of team kills here.
I was going to say, in past OSSs, it seems like there's been way more Chikara teams than there are right now. Granted, I think there is an honorary Chikara team. I can't remember which one it is. Striker Kuriyami's team. Kind of honorary Chikara, a lot of them former Chikara members.
Well, we're heading to Night Market, I believe, and that's going to be interesting because I think Chikara Clinkers have just generally been the Night Market team. Like, this team is comfortable in Night Market. Of course, they didn't win, but that is the map where you're like, oh, okay, Kiane Aragoli.
Yep, that's depending on the awakenings, especially if it's a Monu start, which we'll see once we get in. But you're gonna have to ban that era. It can be so oppressive, and Kione is so good with the Aragoli. Kind of their staple, honestly. A lot of people banning that out.
Yep, and right in here. And I just can't get used to Audnar, Brandon 1. Like, holy moly.
Secretly, I am here. I am in OSS. Just no one knows. Yep. Yeah, I'm casting and playing all at once.
It really just reminds you of how like small the world is, or how big it is actually, because like it's a completely random thing, but two people with very similar usernames, like.
Yeah, and not even like themed usernames. Like, there's a lot of Striker Rasmuses, Striker Kiriyami, Striker Kai. I think I've seen a Striker Aimi before. But yeah, just getting it with like a random name, Brando Audnarb.
Yeah. And we're seeing a pretty aggressive draft here from Chikara Space Train, like they did last game as well, right? A lot of damage being opted for, and of course they're going to ban the era. It's Night Market, it's Kiane. That's a good choice, and I like the Aimi ban too.
Yep, Aimi, very impressive, and like we saw, like you mentioned last match, they can dish out a lot of damage, but looks like they're hovering the Vice, which may not have the mobility, but might have the KO potential to just kind of keep it as a 3v2 most of this game if Clinkers aren't careful.
Yeah, and borrowing a little bit of the power of the Asher themselves as the opponents take the X. And now goalie being opted for, potentially interesting pick here. I think we saw them on it earlier and it did not disappoint, but we saw someone on it earlier. I'm not sure if it was this team, but it's gonna be, oh, it wasn't this team. It was a completely different team, and unfortunately they lost. But it's gonna be interesting to watch.
Yeah, like, I know a lot of people not hate, but kind of are non-believers of Now Goalie. I think Now Goalie can work on certain maps. You can be really good at denying the midfield, just kind of keeping the pressure forward. So it's going to be interesting to see how Audnarb can balance that on a Night Market where they can just cut through that center speed boost.
Speaking of balancing and speaking of cutting through, it's a knife's edge start, and Timeless as well. So close to Monumental, it's not really, but Timeless is honestly better on Now Goalie than Manu, and Watine with an early KO is very familiar with the Asher KO in game, it looks like.
Yep, I'm not too much of a fan of Asher on Night Market. She just kind of struggles with confirming against those like straight lock barriers. But if you can find those KOs, you can make it just about any brawler work.
Yeah, and so far, if Oddnarb is being allowed to sit in the backfield, that's good for Chikara Space Train as Captain Yes takes a lot of damage, a lot of healing in this game as well. Wateen pushing forward, but not quite speedy enough, not quite large enough to cover the entire lane just yet.
Yep. I'm wondering if Clinkers were kind of watching Space Train's last game and just how much damage they were pushing out, which might have prompted Kione to take the Atlas pick just for that extra healing.
Yeah, definitely a possibility. I think they picked it earlier, so it's probably their like next best pick in terms of after era. But it's definitely interesting as the expanse comes out and the save is made. Vicblade taking a lot of damage. Wateen flip available, doesn't find an opportunity to use it. Tries to send to the bottom corner, but Vicblade finds the deflection. And now they're in a bit of trouble with no meter on both their forwards.
Yep, and Vicblade was staggered there for a little bit, but Space Train not taking advantage of it. Vicblade able to heal up just enough. Keeps trying to find those pockets, just barely missing, and just keeps passing themselves until Oddnarb can catch and clear it out.
And Chikara Space Train getting a little bit of a blessing there, somehow staying in this point. Well, I say somehow, but it was Vicblade, a little bit of a whiff, but doesn't miss. On the third strike, he scores.
Vicblade will not miss 3 times in a row.
Yeah. And they weren't horrible misses either, right? They maintained possession. So
Yeah. It's like,
good.
if you're going to miss, that's a pretty good miss to have because it gives it right back to you. And Wateen giving it right to Captain Yes, just hovering too close to the edge. Clinkers are going to have to be very aware of that. Especially very similar situation that they had earlier against Redemption with Grand Attack doing the same thing on the same character.
absolutely, and I'm starting to realize the genius of Chikara Space Train's draft. Of course, they're down and they're dying, and okay, well, that was bad timing, and Shiku finds a return kill, so maybe it was actually good timing. But picking that first pick Asher while denying away the era means that Kiene is on their third most comfortable goalie. The Atlas. Oh, well, Kiene is looking plenty comfortable on the third most comfortable goalie. I've just been cursing like... That was 3 caster curses in a row. That's impressive.
That was one thought, 3 curses. How do you
Yeah.
feel about that?
I'm proud that I was continuous enough to make that one thought.
But Clinkers pushing forward, getting the advantage, getting double barrier right off the bat. I am very hesitant on Wateen's Asher ult backing towards their own goal, but luckily they were not punished for it.
Yeah, getting out of there alive and finding a dribble forward. That timeless triangle looking good, but it disappears as a barrage comes in as well. Dangerous spot, and Vicblade capitalizes. That was well played from Captain Yes, forcing the core in and forcing the goalie to position so close to the edge. And just coordination from Chikara Clinkers. This is a team that's been together for a while.
Yeah, and just Oddnar not using that flip for the evade or for the trying to get the save. But we are seeing Atlas up front getting twin drive over stacks on stacks. I could see it going either way, getting that bubble, a lot more defensive options.
Yeah, Siege Machine, even more duration on the creations for Oddnarb. Could be a difference maker, but not having the speed as well does hurt the now goalie, who really wants to get in there and preemptively defend a lot of things. Rest of the draft, not the most crazy, I think, but that speed on Wateen is going to be a massive factor.
Yeah, like my only question mark is probably the Deadeye on Estelle, but I think they were doing it to confirm Wateen able to pick up either size or speed. So I could see that. Yeah, not a crazy draft on either side. Twin drive on Atlas is probably the biggest pickup.
Yeah, and Deadeye could come into play possibly if the damage somehow comes in or someone's caught lacking near the edge, but not nearly as likely. The hit stun is pretty valuable though, but the barrier's traded on the other side, and Captain Yes and Vicblade, they're moving up as a unit, but the good clears from Chikara Space Train managed to get it out.
And like I was saying earlier, I'm kind of a believer in now goalie. As Shiku just confirms the goal with a nice primary shot, stunning and shooting the core right in. But now kind of struggles if you have an X sitting on top of you, denying you your primary to try to deny those passing lanes, and just kind of a constant threat once Vicblade gets up there.
Honestly, I'm liking the Deadeye more as this set progresses. The additional damage on Kiane. Well, not the additional damage. The additional knockback on Kiane seems to be pretty valuable here. Oh.
Deadeye doesn't do much once you get KO'd by a core flip, though. Captain Yes finding a nice KO there.
Yeah, and with the power play, they're sure to push up with this flip from Vicblade, but Hua Team's winning a strike war, and that massive triangle is a bit of an obstacle. That could have been a barrier take, just barely off by a little bit.
Yeah, although we do see Oddnarb kind of wasting that core flip to not get damaged by Vicblade, but Vicblade still having that core flip. If Clinkers can just get that core up, but you said it, that Deadeye coming into play with Shiku, just blowing Kione right off the map and able to sink the core in.
That's exactly when it comes clutch. Not just the hit stun, but the damage. Sorry, not just the hit stun, but the knockback as well. And with the Hua-Teen energy available, that could be huge coming into this next point.
Yep, core getting past Kione, but taking a lucky bounce to not take any barriers. But we do have Asher. Hua-Teen flip doesn't do anything with it. Clinker's just kind of covering every angle.
Oh, and a really dangerous clear from Oddnarb, but manages to get it past Vicblade, who doesn't use the flip there. The barrier still standing is huge for Chikara Space Train as they take one on the other side and still maintain possession, but it slips right past. But a good secondary from Oddnarb sent it forward yet again.
I think Vicblade is going to have to use this flip to get something, even a barrier, because you can't let Space Train feel so safe that they have a barrier up that Oddnarb just pushes forward, and Shiku, Hua-Teen, Oddnarb all in Clinker's side of the field, just 3v1, and Hua-Teen will just strike it straight through. No good clears on the side of Clinkers.
Team play coming through, the aggression coming through, and you highlighted it. The barrier staying up gives Oddnarb so much forward presence, and now with this draft, the Estelle is going to be so much more of a menace as well.
Especially with that missile prop pickup, Deadeye, now that Deadeye gonna proc way more often off the ult, even off the blink, and then missile prop just good as well. But Kai does get Catalyst Egoist pickup though.
That's scary, and with the rapid fire on Q&A as well, but I think the Unstoppable is a great choice on Hua-Teen. It's going to be very valuable against the Atlas primary, and there's going to be more primaries, but I mean, Unstoppable is going to help against them.
Yeah, and I think a lot of people got a lot of good things. You got the prime time on the Now, the missile prop on the Estelle, but I don't think we can ignore Catalyst Egoist falling to Captain Yes in the midfield. That's more evade. That's gonna be harder to find the kills. And if as soon as he gets flip, that's an insane amount of speed on already an insanely quick character. And Vicblade finding the KO.
And with all the ping pong that's going on in the midfield, and also with how many hits that Asher can do, Captain Yes is gonna have a very easy time building up this flip. But an amazing save by Oddnarb keeps both barriers up, but the power play continues. What a Giga Blast.
Yeah, Clinker's really good finding these, not even damaging KOs, just Space Train hovering too close to the edge, Kione pushing a little too far forward, getting punished for it, but you have one barrier, there's always a spare. You can always just lose one.
Yeah, and a good defensive setup by Oddnarb, and a good strike as well. Catches Vicblade off guard, but that's two flips available for the offensive duo of the Clinkers. Yes, needs to use his flip though. Not every second spent not using a flip is a little bit of inefficiency in terms of the Catalyst Egoist. He needs to find a play, needs to push forward. Vicblade, so many strikes, so much size, but somehow it's saved away by Oddnarb. But Oddnarb's on the other side of the map, goes a little too far, overextension, as Chikara Clinkers finally claims the point.
Yeah, Oddnarb just trying to get out. I understand the play. If you're playing in front of the X, you have to make sure it does not get to them.
Yeah, it's a scary spot for the goalie as this point continues. Chiku with the missile prop is getting a lot of weird rose warbs, but I don't think it's that much value to the point where maybe Chiku should have considered going something like the rapid fire.
If anything, I think Chico should have denied the Egoist from Captain Yes, but they're still holding on to that flip. Yeah, you get a base, that constant, 8% speed boost, but if you have a flip, you're just wasting so much energy because you're not building it up. An unfortunate night market angle for Kione.
Night market angle into an immediate goal. Chikara Space Train find it, even up the entire game. It's 1-1 and 1-1 in set count as so much meter is on Chikara Space Train.
Yeah, a lot of back and forth going on between both teams. Captain Yes finally using that flip and finding a nice flip past the Vicblade, able to take the first barrier down. But the first one's never the problem, as Kione is pretty aware. It's the second one that they're really going to fight for.
Watine top side looking for an opportunity. Needs to be careful though, and can't quite find a pass to Shiku. Meanwhile, Vicblade just patiently playing up, gets the strike reset, gets the barrier. And this offense is so good. Didn't even go for the flip there. That could have been a KO, and that might have been a big mistake. Oh, Kione barely saved by the opening goal gate, but Shiku still finds the outplay afterwards. Vicblade didn't commit fully. Had the dash, had the ult strike, but if they flipped there, that would have been a triple kill.
And unfortunate, there was 3 flips on the side of Space Train. I think Huatin died with theirs, and Odnarb and Shiku using both theirs at the same time. But Clinkers just finding themselves out of position, and Shiku with the blink able to punish them for it and get that final goal.
Oh, Odnarb, missed strike shot though, might bring Jakara Clinkers back into this as they take 2 barriers, but Kiane once again caught walking up a little too far and loses the second barrier as well. Shiku could capitalize here, and Kiane expands his instead of striking. Oh no, Jakara Clinkers, they were poised to win this set, but it's Space Train. Absolute robbery in the last 2 points.
I hate to say it, Clinkers kind of falling apart at the end there. Like you said, they had everything going their way, and just it seemed like unfortunate play after unfortunate play just keeps punishing them.
Oh, it is so tough, and with Hotshot coming up as well, Shiku's going to take over this game completely.
Yeah, we do see 1-2 on the X. Maybe be able to get some more damage out. Kai with the Stagger Swagger, a little bit more speed, a little bit more survivability. I think Clinkers has to lock in. I think they have all the tools. We've seen them make the plays, but they have to lock in and be consistent. Otherwise, Space Train is going to run away with this.
Especially with the additional core speed. Such a big threat, and the pass splitter set up perfectly to capitalize on it. Shiku, so much ability to send the core forwards. This time, a rare miss, though, gives Jakara Clinkers a little bit more of a chance as Vicblade converts onto 1 barrier.
Yep. And Captain Yes able to use that speed, run right through the middle, able to catch a core, send it right back to Vicblade, who is able to confirm. Once I can get the core to Vicblade doing a pretty good job. Again, it's an X versus now. Winning those 1v1s is not that difficult.
Trying to go for a little bit more here. Our Vicblade and Captain Yes, 1 early barrier take, but it's all up to Shiku. A good strike by Kiane will deny it, and Vicblade sets up with the bull rush. Odnar taking so much damage. A late evade means that this goalie might be dead soon.
And Captain Yes with the flip, passing up the Vicblade. Odnar trying to strike it. Vicblade catching with the flip and sending it down, able to secure it. This is the kind of plays Clinkers needs to be doing, and they need to be doing consistently. We cannot see what we had last set happen this set. Otherwise, it's going to be all over.
Captain Yes utilizing all of that additional speed. The Stagger Swagger coming into play a little bit here. A weird night market bounce as Vicblade continues to harass Odnar. Finally taken out as Kiane has no meter available. That's 1 barrier. I'm getting deja vu to the previous set here.
Yeah, Kione, like, really walking forward, really allowed that forward pressure, but once your forward starts getting staggered as a goalie, you need to be prepared to walk back and defend.
Yeah, but they do manage to stabilize. They don't lose both barriers. Huatin pushing forward, but denied. And that's the big difference in this one. They're not losing everything, and that's important. When 1 barrier up still lets Kiane use it as a resource.
One thing I'm noticing on both sides of the field, both teams seem to be holding on to their flip either too long to the point it's like they're just wasting energy, or just not connecting with anything. Vicblade, I think, is the only one who's been pretty consistent on getting value out of that flip. Shiku finding the slightest gap and sinking it in between Kione's bubble.
Threads the needle there. I thought it was a doomed flip. I was like, Shiku, you can't be flipping next to the wall like that, but manages to somehow convert it. That was a brilliant play.
Yeah. Although Vicblade able to stand up top and get that first barrier down, but again, first barrier is not the problem. It's that second one, and not able to connect with that X Maximus size.
I really like how Odnarb used the now primary there. The slow speed makes it so good at taking out flips and completely read Kiane in that midfield, who is pushing up right now, trying to use the speed gate. They're trying to get it past Vicblade as the flip goes a little wide. It's just to clear, but Huatin's in there. 1 barrier taken already as Vicblade dashes in. Odnarb caught a little bit lacking on the defense, blinks back, tries to get it away, but it's taking so much damage. A snipe by Shiku will give them a little bit of respite, but it's still tough.
Yeah, Kione almost getting caught out of position. Luckily, Shiku and Hate not able to find. Oh, so many things went wrong, right and wrong for Space Train. Good clear by Odnarb getting out of there. An unfortunate bubble by Kione taking their own barrier.
Is Space Train the luckiest Mega Strikers team of all time? Because everything is going wrong for Chikara Clinkers, everything's going right for Space Train, and of course Space Train's capitalizing on everything here. Vikblade top side, misses the strike to the top corner, and Shiku, I can't believe it.
I have no idea what's going on. Did Space Train make an offering to the patron saint of Night Market? Because they are making, yes, a lot of good plays, but also just feels like they're getting lucky, which really shouldn't be a win con, but they're making it work.
I think it's kind of luck, but it's also Clinkers making a lot of small mistakes that are coming back to bite them.
Yeah, like Clinkers are playing very well 90% of the time, but that 10%, when that comes up, Space Train is always in position to just punish them for it and take everything that they can.
There's really efficient. That's what Space Train is, an efficient mode of transport here. And Chikara Clinkers are stuck in the current era, it feels like.
Yeah. Although they do find the KO in the Asher. Vikblade with the Bull Rush, very good to confirm. Vikblade actually really well using those abilities to confirm.
Okay.
And confirm a kill, and there's the lock-in.
But do you know what I thought when Ardnar managed to save that flip?
That was the mistake.
I thought that it was yet again Space Train finding a way back from impossible odds.
Yeah, but you can't find your way back when you get KO'd by an X in your face. That's a spark of power, and the only spark we have so far is agility on Hatin, who does not take it. Goes for the size instead. I'm not sure about that.
I think the size will help a lot in the midfield, but the scary picks are all on the side of Chikara Clinkers. Fight or flight, perfect form, team player is a huge threat.
Yeah, we do have the aerials falling to the Estelle, but they already have the missile prop. They already have the hot shot. I'm not. The aerials might just be a little overkill. I don't think it's going to come into play that much. Yeah, I think Clinkers won that. It's can they lock it in like we've been saying and not make those mistakes and not have Space Train take advantage of him.
Clinkers have been the better team for most of this game, but Space Train have been the way better team for a little bit of this game.
Yeah.
That difference is going to really show here if Space Train can find the clutch plays again. No evade. Shiku had a bar there, but didn't press it, but they're still managing to save in the corner. Finally, Vikblade manages to get it through. And, if that flip was angled a little differently, that could have even been a barrier take.
Yeah, a little cleaner angle. They could have taken it and again punished Clinkers. One of the few times Space Train is not able to punish their positioning. And Odnar making a good save, calling out Captain Yez's flip, but Clinkers gets the KO, and team player flip sent to Vikblade, finding that corner pocket and sinking it in. Can Clinkers be consistent? I think that's what we were talking about, what we were trying to say earlier. Clinkers has been the better team most of this match. Space Train has just been way more consistent.
Continuing to push forward here, but that's a KO found onto the X. And that could swing this game around, but Shiku and Odnar kind of hit it into Captain Yez, and Yez says thank you. Finds the barriers. With 2 barriers up, it's going to be really dangerous for Odnar.
Yep, and Vikblade coming in just in time to help out Kione survive what became a 2v2 versus Hatin and Shiku. But Vikblade able to rush up in time, and Captain Yes Vikblade collapsing in and just sinking that pocket. Clinkers needs to just hold on to it for one more point, and then they can qualify.
Space Train got the miracles in the last set, but this one might just be a more normal set because Chikara Clinkers are playing like they should, are playing like they usually do. And with a setup here, a good flip to send it away, but it's stuffed away on the follow-up. Captain Yes waits, but is still blocked, but no one's there to cover the follow-up. And with the goal open, with the strike from Vikblade, Chikara Clinkers will put an end to this long game.
Yeah, I think Space Train's luck kind of ran out. Like we were saying, Space Train playing way more consistent. Not playing bad at all. That was that went to set 5, but a lot of Space Train's big plays were really Clinkers just getting caught out of position, caught off guard.
Yeah, it's rough for Space Train given how far they managed to go in this weekly. Congratulations, Chikara Clinkers. But next week, I think Space Train, if they enter, they are absolutely the favorites after a performance like this.
Solid performance in, I think, 2 matches on stream. So far from what we've seen today, very solid. Take that week, really lock down on their core control, make sure that they, once they get possession, they don't lose it. And being, again, both teams, and what I've been seeing a lot out of a couple teams this season is don't be afraid to use your core flip. The longer you hold it, the more energy you're wasting because you can't build up another core flip while you hold it. And it just kind of makes you a target. It's like if you get anything out of a core flip, damage, use it for a hit stun, get a barrier. Don't hold it to try to be the hero and get a goal. Just get something out of it.
I think that also applies to evades, right? We saw today a lot of players getting KO'd near the edge with 1 or 2 bars, and that's something that is a big benefit, I think.
Yeah, if you feel like you need to play the edge, make sure you have your evade, especially when you have those KO brawlers, Julie, Asher, Missile Prop Atlas if they're getting kind of cheeky. Yeah, I think just evade usage out of everyone is kind of what a lot of teams need to work on this season. But it was a solid performance from everyone we've seen. Honestly, a lot of good matches tonight, especially on the bracket side. Especially here, a lot of back and forth, a lot of good plays being shown, and taking advantage of a lot of opportunities. I think we had some really strong teams going, and I look forward to the next 2 weeks to see how they improve and who can qualify for the finale.
Yep. And on that note, really appreciated seeing a lot of the unique play styles that teams brought to the table. Hope to see some more next week. I'm just repeating what you're saying now. Well, thanks everyone for watching. Thanks everyone for playing, and see you all on Saturday for the North American Strikers League. See you, everyone.
Have a good night.